Blockchain will bring about profound changes to business and even to the nature of business itself. This technology will disrupt how enterprises are funded and managed, how they create value, and even how they perform basic functions like marketing and accounting. We'll see changes to the deep structure and architecture of the firm and how we orchestrate capability in society to innovate, to create goods and services, and to engage with the rest of the world. Businesses of the past were vertically integrated, meaning that they did everything from soup to nuts. And there's a reason for that. The costs of transacting in an open market were prohibitively high. So we brought all this capability inside the boundaries of a firm where transaction costs were lower. These big companies dominated because it was costly and complex, among other things, to start a business, to find customers, to raise funds from investors. And in that case, the list of potential candidates for funding being limited to a few local venture capitalists or banks. Well, many of these challenges and costs will be reduced or solved by blockchain. By reducing the transaction costs of doing business, companies will be able to launch, grow, create value more cheaply. And the enterprise of the future may not look like the enterprise of the past at all, but rather more like a group of networks. In fact, the most successful companies may not be companies at all, but networks of organizations, individuals, and autonomous agents connecting via smart contracts to deliver all the value of today's big centralized behemoths. My name is Don Tapscott, and I'd like to welcome you to Blockchain and Business, Applications and Implications. In this course, you'll learn how blockchain technology will penetrate into the structures of organizations, encouraging innovation. You'll learn how blockchain enables decentralization of value creation and of the enterprise. You'll understand 4 kinds of transaction costs of a firm and explain how blockchain reduces each kind of cost. We'll dive into how blockchain search differs from internet search and the factors business leaders should consider when defining their corporate boundaries. You'll also be able to define 4 types of blockchain organizations. 1, the distributed application or DApp. 2, the autonomous agent. 3, the open networked enterprise. And 4, the distributed autonomous enterprise. We'll discuss 7 new business models and how blockchain technology could enhance these models. You'll learn how to find new ways to manage and protect intellectual property on a blockchain. We'll look at how blockchain will transform the roles of the C-suite of executives. We'll also review the difference between regulation and governance of blockchain, and we'll get into the challenges of regulating in this new environment. You'll be able to identify the different layers of the blockchain technology stack and how these layers help or hinder the governance of blockchain systems. You'll be able to describe 10 types of governance networks and 7 qualities that a region in the world needs to attract technology startups and build a vibrant ecosystem. If you have no prior knowledge of blockchain, then I recommend taking our course, Introduction to Blockchain Technologies, first. Before we dive into these really exciting lessons on blockchain and business, in the next video, I'm going to share with you some more details about my career and introduce you to my co-instructor, Alex Tapscott. And we'll explain why we're so passionate about this technology and so committed to sharing our knowledge with people just like you.
Hello, I'm Don Tapscott, and I've spent my career studying how digital technologies can transform our lives. I've written a lot of books about this, 16 in total, such as The Digital Economy and also Wikinomics, How Mass Collaboration Changes Everything. I'm also the co-author of the best-selling book, Blockchain Revolution, How the Technology Behind Bitcoin and Other Cryptocurrencies is Changing the World. As well, I'm an adjunct professor at the business school INSEAD. And we're thrilled to have a couple of minutes to talk to you, to talk about what we're doing and what we hope to do with this course.
Hi, I'm Alex Tapscott, and I'm also the co-author of Blockchain Revolution, which was published in 2016 and remains to this day the best-selling book on blockchain, translated into over 15 languages. Harvard Business School's Clay Christensen told us that Blockchain Revolution is the book on how to survive and thrive in this next wave of technology-driven disruption. Tim Draper, the well-known venture capitalist of Draper Associates, told us that this book has the predictive quality of Orwell's 1984 and the vision of Elon Musk. And Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft, told us that the book has had an enormous impact on the evolution of blockchain in the world. That's quite high praise, and we're deeply humbled by all of it. So it's clearly got a lot of people thinking about the power of this technology to transform both business and society.
Wow, those quotes are pretty humbling. So CEOs and government leaders started asking us some big questions about blockchain. How will this technology transform specific industries? What are the real challenges facing blockchain development today? How can we overcome those challenges? How will blockchain change the nature of the enterprise, the way we manage our companies? What will it mean for government architecture and the creation of services of public value? And how could this technology help us solve some big problems, such as climate change? So a couple of years ago, we founded the Blockchain Research Institute. This is a think tank dedicated to answering these big questions. We're conducting the definitive investigation of blockchain's impact on business, government, and society. And overall, we have more than 100 projects underway. This is a big multi-million-dollar program.
We also developed this specialization of 4 courses, and much of these 4 courses are informed by the work that we did in those 100 projects. And much of the work that we have done to date is going to be available to all of you. We're also collaborating with INSEAD and Coursera to share what we've learned thus far, and thus what we think is important for you to know. There are many big ideas we'll cover throughout this specialization. First, we are witnessing one of the largest transformation of assets in human history, from an analog to a digital medium. Bitcoin is but only one type of digital asset, and we're going to look at the other 6 types of crypto assets, the ones that we can create, record, and trade on the blockchain. And this ability to trade assets peer-to-peer on the blockchain without going through a bank or some other intermediary is already disrupting the financial services sector profoundly. We'll look at that and the many other opportunities in the finance industry.
Second is the idea of self-sovereign identity. That's about our right to establish our own digital identities. Self-sovereign identities can't be given or taken away by any central administrator. They're enforceable in any context, in person and online, and anywhere in the world. And they let us capture and control our own data and manage our own identities to benefit us and our lives. We no longer need to give up our data to big internet landowners, such as Alibaba, Facebook, or Google, just to use their websites. And we can store our data in a virtual black box that moves around with us. And we can sell that data or do whatever we want with it if we choose to do so.
Third is the idea of smart contracts. A smart contract is a piece of special purpose code executing a complex set of instructions on the blockchain. It's a means of codifying the terms of a deal in software. Now, this could be a business deal between producers and consumers, or it could be a social pact between a government and its citizens. What's important here is this. Smart contracts ensure contractual compliance. They hold parties accountable. The blockchain provides a high degree of certainty as to the outcome of these agreements. Oh, and smart contracts self-execute without the need for intermediaries like banks or governments. And frankly, we've never had that kind of assurance before.
Fourth is the idea of decentralized business models. These are business models distributed across a blockchain network, not centralized in a traditional corporation. They can be fully autonomous too, meaning no humans involved. There's big potential for true peer-to-peer models like ride-sharing without Uber as a middleman taking fees. Owners of driverless cars will someday be able to put their autonomous vehicles to work. So even the big disruptors can be disrupted by this new technology.
And fifth is the idea of the ledger of things. We're already seeing applications of this new internet of devices and things. Soon, though, most transactions will happen between devices and not between people. Consider the smart home. Homeowners are adding smart devices such as thermostats and solar panels, and soon potentially trillions of devices will be connected to the internet, doing everything from driving us around to keeping our house lit to managing our affairs and managing our health information. These devices need to be resistant to hacking. They need to be able to communicate value, such as money or assets like electricity peer-to-peer. Consider electricity. If you imagine that your neighbor's home is generating energy from a solar panel and you've got a device that needs to buy that electricity, then those two devices need a way to be able to contract, bargain, and execute a payment peer-to-peer. It's not going to happen through the Visa network. It can only happen on the blockchain.
We've given you a glimpse of crypto assets, digital identity, smart contracts, new business models, and the ledger of things. These are all themes of the modules ahead of you. We're just pleased to be working with INSEAD and Coursera to share all this information with you, and we're happy that you're joining us. If you've got questions for us, then just post them on the discussion forum. And remember, technology alone doesn't solve problems, people do. It doesn't create prosperity, people do. And our hope is that you'll connect with each other, identify your common interests, and let's solve some big problems together.
Welcome to this module on redesigning the corporation, which is a pillar of modern capitalism. Modest little topic today. And prepare to expand the boundaries of the enterprise and the way we think about firms. In this module, we'll explore blockchain's role in decentralizing organizations, and we'll be able to re-engineer the deep structures of the firm with blockchain, a global platform for identity management and peer-to-peer transactions. We believe blockchain technology will change how companies do business, and this will pave the way for greater innovation and shared value creation. By the end of this module, you'll be able to explain how blockchain makes decentralization possible. We'll look at consensus systems, a blockchain studio, a software development studio. It has no rigid hierarchies, and instead it has a model of openness, collaboration, and agility. Next, you'll be able to identify 4 types of transaction costs of business. Those are search costs, negotiation and contracting costs, coordination costs, and the costs of enforcing agreements. Overall, the costs of creating trust. And you'll be able to explain how blockchain reduces these costs. You'll be able to identify 3 ways blockchain search differs from internet search. Blockchain technology preserves user privacy. It adds the dimension of time, and it results in information which is of greater value. And last, you'll be able to list some factors firms should consider when defining their corporate boundaries. Blockchain won't replace the need for corporate structures, but infusing blockchain principles into corporate culture can help companies decide how and when to use outside partners for increasing productivity and innovation.
Welcome back. You may remember our discussion of the Ethereum blockchain from our previous courses. It's hard to talk about distributed ledgers and not really mention Ethereum. Vitalik Buterin, a Canadian of Russian descent, was only 19 in 2013 when he came up with the idea for Ethereum. He told Bitcoin's core developers that the platform needed a robust scripting language for developing applications, and they rejected him, so he decided to build his own platform. The day Ethereum went live in July of 2015, Don Tapscott and I were visiting the Brooklyn offices of Consensus Systems, known as Consensus, an Ethereum production studio. There were high fives all around as the Ethereum network created its Genesis block. Miners all over the world were racing to win the first block of Ether, Ethereum's native currency. Ethereum runs decentralized applications, such as smart contracts. It runs them as programmed, without the risk of downtime, censorship, fraud, or third-party interference, according to its website. Like Bitcoin, Ether is an incentive for participation. It attracts a network of peers to work together to validate transactions, secure the network, and ultimately to achieve consensus on the blockchain. Unlike Bitcoin, the Ethereum platform allows for much greater creativity. Developers can create applications as diverse as online games to stock exchanges, and not just currencies. Consensus's co-founder, Joseph Lubin, wants to do more than just build a great company. He wants to solve the world's biggest problems using blockchain technology. The apps that Consensus and others building on the Ethereum network are developing could shake up a dozen industries. Projects include a distributed triple-entry accounting system that could change audit, an open energy market that could transform utilities, and prediction markets for business, sports, and entertainment. Also, rights management platforms for artists and musicians, and collectible digital assets like CryptoKitties. Consensus is pioneering important new ground in management science. The consensus management model takes its cues from the so-called holacracy movement, where individuals define and align the work they need to do together just to get a job done. There is no hierarchy in the traditional sense, or no middle managers per se. But Lubin told us that holacracy still feels a bit too rigid and structured. So Consensus is adapting a lot of its philosophies into a new model. Instead of traditional job descriptions, Consensus employees have more dynamic roles. Authority is distributed, not delegated. Rules are transparent to reduce office politics, and the enterprise is built to respond quickly to changing needs. Consensus works really more like a blockchain platform itself than a traditional corporation. How it creates value and how it manages itself is very different from the typical corporation or even technology company. Lubin believes that we need to change capitalism if we want to survive. Today's networks help us to communicate faster, better, and cheaper than ever before. But the old command and control hierarchies are really still the rule in most corporations. Blockchain challenges those top-down structures. Lubin told us global human society can now agree on the truth and make decisions in 10 minutes or even 10 seconds. He believes that giving people more of a voice can lead to greater prosperity for everyone. Consensus operates according to a plan. The plan was developed, voted on, and adopted by all the members of Consensus. Joe Lubin describes its structure as a hub rather than a hierarchy. Each of its projects is a different spoke. Major contributors to each spoke hold equity. As noted, participants are members, not employees. Now, these members choose from 2 to 5 projects to work on at any point in time. No top-down assignments. Lubin said, "We build small, agile teams, but there is collaboration among them. They share as much as possible." The watchwords here are agility, openness, and consensus. A member sees a piece of work to be done, the member jumps in and pushes it a little or a lot, as appropriate given the member's role. Now, lots of open communication makes people aware of their priorities, but priorities can and do change, and they do so constantly. Consensus is a blockchain-based company, or blockcom, as opposed to what we'd call a .com. A blockcom is a company formed and functioning on blockchain technologies. The company runs on Ethereum really as much as possible. This includes funding, day-to-day tasks and projects, as well as software development and testing. That also includes hiring. It uses reputation systems where members can rate one another as collaborators. Boundaries are blurred in this new model. The consensus ecosystem can form new spokes if they reach consensus on the spoke strategy, architecture, capital performance measures, and governance. They may launch a company to compete within an existing market, or they may try to create a new market. The decentralized structure leaves them free to communicate, to be creative, and to adapt. This is a radical new experiment in creating value. And like every new experiment, it has experienced growing pains. Since that fateful day when Ethereum went live, consensus has exploded to an organization that has over 1,000 members all around the world. Market volatility recently has forced the company to rethink its strategy and downsize, but the ethos and practice of the distributed enterprise still reigns. Regardless of whether consensus itself succeeds, this new business model powered by blockchain is a profound change from the status quo of the old corporation.
Tell us a little bit about what consensus does in the blockchain space.
So consensus is really interesting and really epitomizes what it means to be a blockchain company. So we both have the foundational technology contributing at the protocol level to Ethereum, also core components and developer tools so that we can build with that technology applications for different purposes. And the two sides of that equation are for enterprises, and that's working with institutions and governments, and also ventures, which are really more blockchain native businesses across all types of use cases. So it can be from music all the way through to developer workforce and almost like an Upwork on the blockchain.
In this video, we'll look at blockchain's potential to change the boundaries of the firm. The first era of the internet brought us several different organizational forms. There was the networked enterprise, the flat organization, the open innovation movement, and business ecosystems. And I've had my share of writing about these over the years. But the big hierarchies of the early 20th century corporation remain pretty much intact. Even the big .coms and so-called internet companies adopted a top-down structure with decision makers like Jeff Bezos, Sundar Pichai, and Mark Zuckerberg. Incumbent firms have shown little desire to use blockchain to distribute power, to increase transparency, or to be more inclusive. And respecting customer privacy and anonymity is not really a priority, to say the least. In fact, companies making money off other people's data and operating largely behind closed doors have had data breach after data breach, but they haven't really suffered much. They should be wary, we think. Blockchain has the potential to do to these companies what the internet did to the industrial age companies. So let's start with a little economics. Hang in there. This is going to be good. Nobel Prize winning economist Ronald Coase, 80 years ago, identified three types of what he called transaction costs in the economy. First was the cost of search, of finding all the right people and information and resources outside of a company to create something. Second was the cost of coordination, getting all those people to work together efficiently. Third was contracting costs, keeping trade secrets, negotiating the costs of labor and materials, and policing and enforcing those agreements. Coase argued a firm would expand until the cost of performing a transaction inside the firm exceeded the cost of performing it outside the firm. The internet did have an impact on business initially. It dropped transaction costs somewhat in an open market. It dropped search costs through browsers and the World Wide Web. It dropped coordination costs through email, social media, cloud computing, and it lowered the barriers to entering some markets. Lots of companies benefited from outsourcing customer service and accounting, as these costs in an open market became lower than doing things inside the boundaries of a firm. Marketers engage customers directly. Product planners crowdsourced innovations. Manufacturers tapped into vast supply networks. But the Internet of Information has really had limited impact on corporate architecture overall. Think about it. Capitalism still runs on the classic industrial age hierarchy, and most functions that companies do are within their boundaries. Managers still view the hierarchy with a clear corporate boundary as a better model for organizing assets, talent, and capital, and intangible assets like intellectual property. The old corporate model concentrates power at the top of the hierarchy, and in many cases, it can stifle innovation, at least compared to new models. Corporate boards still pay executives far beyond any reasonable measure of the value that they create. This is widely understood, but it's one of those things like Mark Twain said about the weather. Everybody's talking about it, nobody's doing anything about it. And the industrial complex still generates wealth, but increasingly not prosperity. And that's a big problem. There's strong evidence of an increase of oligopolies in some industries, even monopolies. Another Nobel laureate, Oliver Williamson, predicted these outcomes. He pointed out the bad effects of industry consolidation on productivity. It leads to weaker incentives and stronger controls. Not everybody agrees with what I just said. Peter Thiel, co-founder of PayPal, praised monopolies in his book, 0 to 1. Thiel said, quote, "Competition is for losers. Creative monopolies aren't just good for the rest of society, they're powerful engines for making it better," unquote. But Thiel gave no real evidence to prove monopolies are good for consumers or society as a whole. Companies strive to rule their industry or market, but most democratic capitalist countries have laws to protect fair competition. Firms with no real competition can grow inefficient, raising prices in and outside the firm. Monopolies may help with innovation in the short term, but overall they harm society in the long term. Look at the technology industry as a case in point. Companies may get monopoly power through cool products and services that customers love, but their honeymoon typically ends. Their creation remains popular, but over time, innovation declines or even stops. Harvard University law professor Yochai Benkler said to us, quote, "The web didn't come from monopolies, it came from the edge. Google didn't come from Microsoft, Twitter didn't come from AT&T, or even from Facebook," unquote. Why? because they lack what he calls the internal culture of pure and open exploration required for innovation. Bureaucracy keeps executives at the top from seeing the signs of change at their company's edge. That's where companies bump up against one another. That's where innovation occurs, and ignoring it is bad for business. So there's real value in the next era of the internet and real incentives to join in. These platforms, based on blockchain, hold promise for protecting user identity, respecting user rights, ensuring network security, and dropping these transaction costs. Even the unbanked can take part. Unlike traditional firms, blockchain platforms don't need a brand to convey the trustworthiness of their transactions. They can share their power by giving away their source code for free, using consensus mechanisms to make decisions, and conducting their businesses more openly. Earlier, we covered how blockchain technology can cut out the middleman or cause them to change. Well, it can do a lot more than that. It can turn vertically integrated hierarchies into networks, and it can lower barriers to opportunity.
In this video, we look at how companies can use blockchain technology to find the information, goods, and services they need. Outsourcing was just the beginning. Companies like Procter & Gamble are tapping into idea markets to find the best minds for dreaming up new products or processes. 60% of P&G's innovation now comes from this sort of open market for brainpower. Companies like Goldcorp have created global contests to solve problems. Goldcorp published its geological data and challenged others to find the next place it should mine for gold. The gold they pointed to increased the company's market value 100 times over. The World Wide Web brought changes to the enterprise. How will innovative business leaders harness the worldwide ledger? The worldwide ledger is a structured database of structured information. Being able to search this ledger would yield new insights like who sold which discovery to whom and at what price, who owns this intellectual property, who's qualified to handle this project, how many carbon credits has this company saved, which suppliers have experience in China, which subcontractors delivered on time and on budget according to their smart contract records. Query results won't be resumes or advertising links. You'll get transaction histories, proven track records of individuals and enterprises, maybe ranked by reputation score. Several companies are working on search engines for blockchain. Google has put a lot of manpower on studying the potential of this emerging platform, for example. There are three key distinctions between internet search and blockchain search. First is user privacy. People own their personal data in a digital black box. They can choose their level of anonymity. Parties will be able to search for information that users have made open. Firms will need to rethink recruiting. Human resources will learn to query the blockchain with yes/no questions. Do you have a PhD in applied mathematics? Can you code in Java or Python? Can you work from January through June next year? These queries will yield a list of matches from job seekers' black boxes. Firms could also pay prospective talent to place their qualifications on a blockchain platform to be sorted through. Hiring managers will use reputation systems to assess candidates without knowing necessarily age, gender, race, or country of origin. The upside is an end to subconscious or institutional bias. No headhunter or executive recruiting fees either. The downside is that precise queries lead to precise results. There's less chance for serendipity, finding a candidate who lacks some of what you need, but has great capacity to learn and make the random creative connections that a firm truly needs. Black box marketing will call for new approaches too. Companies may pay to query these black boxes of prospective customers to see who might meet their target audience. Customers may withhold certain data, like, say, gender. A no answer is still valuable, but the firms won't learn much beyond the yes or no results. Marketers will need to rethink strategies based on email, social media, and mobile marketing. Customers will need to charge whatever makes reading a firm's message worthwhile. So you'll be paying customers to listen to your elevator pitch, but it'll be tailored to reach exactly the people you want to reach without invading their privacy. You can test different queries to learn about niche markets at every stage of product development. The second distinction is that search can be multidimensional. A search on the web today finds a snapshot in time as indexed over the last few weeks. Blockchain adds a new dimension to search, sequence, seeing records in the order they were hashed or uploaded. You can search the Bitcoin blockchain and find its first commercial transaction, the famous purchase of 2 pizzas by Laszlo for 10,000 Bitcoins. Wish he'd held on to the Bitcoins. For companies, this means a need for better judgment. Managers must hire people who've shown good judgment because there's no walking back these poor decisions. There's no spinning the order of events. Companies could use prediction markets to test scenarios or implement internal mechanisms to reach consensus, making all stakeholders vote on the mission-critical decisions. Executives at a future Enron couldn't deny prior knowledge of bad behavior. The third distinction is value. Blockchain search offers more powerful performance at a lower cost. Information on the internet is abundant, but unreliable and perishable. On the flip side, information on the blockchain may be scarce, but it's tamper-proof and permanent. Imagine a permanent, searchable record of important historical information. Corporate staff will start with an irrefutable view of their firm for developing their financial statements, their annual reports, and reports to governments or donors. They'll use it to create marketing materials for prospective employees, clients, and consumers. Maybe they'll even create a filter, enabling stakeholders to see what they can see at the press of a button. Companies could have transaction ticker tapes and dashboards, some for internal use and some for public use. And competitors will create dashboards and feeds of your firm as part of their competitive research. It makes sense to put those on your website and to draw everyone to you. So firms will have huge incentives to look for resources outside of their boundaries, since they'll have far, far better information about the qualities and record of candidates, either individuals or companies. Companies like Consensus are developing identity systems where job prospects or contractors will program their personal avatars to disclose relevant information to employers. These can't be hacked like a centralized database can. Now, users are motivated to contribute information because they own and control their avatars. They can actually monetize their own data. This is fundamentally different than, say, LinkedIn, a central database owned and monetized, and yet not entirely secured by a powerful company. What an amazing concept. In this video, we'll build on what you've learned about smart contracts and how companies could use the blockchain to reduce search costs. The next step is agreeing on terms and sealing the deal. It's one thing to lower the costs of finding what you need to do a job, but that's not enough to shrink the size of a company. All parties still must agree to work together. Contractual costs like negotiating the price of labor or natural resources and spelling out the terms and conditions are one of the primary reasons that firms exist. Companies need to monitor and enforce the terms and seek remedies if their counterparties don't deliver as promised. So long as it's cheaper to do things inside the boundaries of a firm than in an open market, companies will grow. If transaction costs, such as contracting, were to drop to zero, then we would be free to connect and build value in an open market rather than inside the confines of this thing called the corporation. Contracts are a way of establishing trust and setting clear expectations. We've always had contracts, especially social contracts, understandings of the relationship between specialized roles. Some people in the tribe hunted and protected the tribe, and others gathered and created shelters. People have traded physical objects peer-to-peer, really since the dawn of man. Contracts are a more recent phenomenon. We began trading promises, not property. But oral agreements proved to be as unreliable as the eyewitnesses to them. Arrangements between strangers were rare, or made by middlemen who knew both parties. Even so, contracts had to be fulfilled right away. There were no formal mechanisms to fulfill the terms beyond what you could do by taking force. The written contract was a way to codify an obligation and spell out expectations. Written contracts provided a plan of action if someone didn't hold up his or her end of the bargain, or if something unexpected happened. But they couldn't exist in a vacuum. There had to be some legal framework for recognizing contracts and preserving each party's rights. So companies exist to enforce contracts among people who've agreed to work towards a common goal. Contracting costs are lower inside firms than outside of them in markets. Ronald Coase saw the corporate form as a vehicle for long-term contracting when short-term contracting was just too much effort. Nobel laureate Oliver Williamson advanced this idea. He argued firms exist to resolve conflicts, largely through contracts made with various parties inside the firm. The only other dispute mechanism in the open market was the court, and that was expensive, time-consuming, and often unsatisfactory. Williams also said there were cases like fraud or other illegal acts or conflicts of interest where there was no dispute mechanism at all. Contracts within an organization are enforced by management. Williamson wrote, quote, "A firm becomes its own court of ultimate appeal," end quote. So firms can exercise authority within their boundaries in a way the markets just can't outside of those boundaries. Williamson thought of the firm as a governance structure for contracts. Organizational structure matters in reducing the costs of managing transactions. It's a recurring theme, really, in the study of economic organization. For example, economists Michael Jensen and William Meckling argued that corporate entities are nothing more than a collection of contracts and relationships. Members of the blockchain industry have picked up on this view. Ethereum's inventor, Vitalik Buterin, argues that corporate executives should use a firm's assets only for certain purposes approved by, say, a board of directors. They are, in turn, subject to shareholder approval. Buterin wrote, "If a corporation does something, it's because its board of directors has agreed it should be done. If a corporation hires employees, it means the employees are agreeing to provide services to the corporation's customers, following specific rules. Often these involve payment." Buterin also wrote, "When a corporation has limited liability, it means that specific people have been granted extra privileges to act with reduced fear of legal prosecution by the government. A group of people with more rights than ordinary people acting alone, but still ultimately people. A corporation is therefore nothing more than people and contracts all the way down." Smart contracts on the blockchain create some new opportunities, both inside and outside of corporate boundaries. Today, contracts are still largely made up of atoms in the form of paper, not bits in the form of software. That means they still have some big limitations, serving only to document an agreement. But if contracts were software, smart and distributed on the blockchain, they could open up a world of possibilities. One important change would be to make it easier for companies to use external resources. By reducing contracting costs, the blockchain makes it easier for firms to develop relationships outside their boundaries. In this video, we'll look at the costs of coordinating people. So, you've already searched and found them. You've agreed on terms and you've sealed the deal. Now, you need to manage them. A constant theme of economist Ronald Coase was the cost of coordinating different people, products, and processes into an enterprise for creating value. Traditional economists believed that firms had internal markets. Coase disagreed. He argued, when a workman moves from Department Y to Department X, he doesn't go because of a change in relative prices. He goes because he's ordered to. Nobel laureate Oliver Williamson went on to explain that there are two significant coordinating systems. The first is the market. It's a price system for decentralized allocation of resources. The second is hierarchy. It's the organizing principle of traditional firms, where some centralized authority allocates resources. Centralized hierarchies are the norm, for better or for worse. Hierarchies have come under scrutiny, though, recently. They've been called structures for killing creativity and undermining entrepreneurial drive. Their opaque nature lets executives scapegoat employees. Yes, lots of management hierarchies have become unproductive bureaucracies. But the concept of hierarchy has gotten a bad rap. Canadian-born psychologist Elliot Jacques defended hierarchy in the Harvard Business Review, arguing, managerial hierarchy is the most efficient, the hardiest, and the most natural structure ever devised for large organizations. Properly structured, hierarchy can release energy and creativity, rationalize productivity, and actually improve morale. The trouble is, in recent business history, hierarchies have often been ineffective. Managers often rise to the level where they lack the knowledge required for effective leadership. Progressive managers are thinking about how to build effective and innovative organizations. The first generation of the Internet of Information, helped these forward-thinking managers to change the top-down assignment of work. Companies are making an effort to empower employees and improve collaboration. Decentralization, networking, and empowerment, these things make sense. Teams and projects have become the basis for internal organizations. Email and video conferencing let people work together across company silos and across boundaries. But today's social media tools are helping lots of firms achieve new levels of internal collaboration. Businesses are focused on giving employees a voice. Now, there's widespread agreement about what happens when firms distribute responsibility and power. It usually leads to better business functioning, customer service, and innovation. But in practice, it's still easier said than done. The internet still hasn't really dropped what economists call agency costs, the costs of making sure everybody inside the firm is acting in the owner's interests. Nobel-winning economist Joseph Stiglitz argued that agency costs have increased even as transaction costs have plummeted because firms' sheer size and complexity. And there's a huge pay gap between chief executive officers and frontline workers. So, how can blockchain technology change how firms are managed and coordinated internally? The blockchain smart contracts and transparency should reduce agency costs at all levels of management to a dramatic degree. And these changes will make it harder to game the system. So firms could go beyond transaction costs to tackle the real elephant in the boardroom, agency costs. Harvard University law professor Yochai Benkler told us, "What's exciting to me about blockchain technology is that it can enable people to function together with the persistence and stability of an organization, but without the hierarchy." Managers should brace for radical transparency in how they coordinate and how they conduct themselves. Shareholders will be able to see the inefficiencies, the unnecessary complexity, and the huge gap between executive pay and the value executives actually contribute. Remember, managers are intermediaries between owners and workers. The blockchain is known for cutting out intermediaries. I don't need to tell you that trust in our institutions is at an all-time low. In this video, we'll look at how blockchain platforms can help rebuild trust and why that's so important. As we have explained in an earlier course, trust in business and society is the expectation that the other party will act with integrity. That means acting with honesty, consideration, accountability, and transparency. It's a lot of work to establish trust. Economists say we have vertically integrated firms because building trust is easier to build within corporate boundaries than in an open market. So the challenge for firms is figuring out what makes it possible to trust external parties. Integrity should be vital to business as labor, capital, and technology. Economist Michael Jensen and colleagues considered integrity to be a factor of production. They explain how scandals damage corporate value and why integrity is critical to financial operations. It's not about virtue. It's an opportunity to create significant increases in economic efficiency, productivity, and human welfare. They believe integrity on the part of individuals or organizations has enormous economic implications for value, productivity, quality of life, and more. Integrity is as important as labor, capital, and technology. Wall Street lost trust and nearly killed capitalism because of a whole slew of integrity violations. Corporate social responsibility advocates used to argue that companies do well by doing good. Well, we haven't seen the evidence. Lots of companies did well by doing bad. They've had bad labor practices in the developing world. They've pushed their costs onto society, like pollution. They've used monopoly power to violate customer rights, like privacy. The market collapse of 2008 taught us that companies do badly by being bad. The major banks found this out the hard way. Before 2008, many banks were making upwards of 20% return on equity. Today, it's often well below 5%, with some not even making their cost of capital. But it's just not realistic to believe that Wall Street will suddenly wake up and decide to act with integrity. Secrecy and short-term gain are fundamentally hardwired into the Western financial system. Enter blockchain and digital currencies. What if parties didn't trust one another, but could still act with honesty, accountability, consideration, and transparency? What if those qualities were coded into the financial system? Blockchain developers have coded it into the software protocols and deployed it across this network. Blockchain could be a new utility for the financial services industry. And the good news is that the industry can reestablish trust and keep it going forward. Blockchain is cutting the cost of searching, contracting, coordinating, and creating trust. So it should be easier for firms to open up and forge trusting relationships with external parties. Acting in one's self-interest serves everybody's interests. Cheating the system costs more than using it the way it's designed. Blockchain helps ensure integrity and trust in transactions between peers. It also helps achieve transparency, a critical factor in trust. But corporate brands and ethical actions, these things still matter. Trust and brand are about more than reliable transactions. Smart contracts can hold executives accountable. They must stand by their commitments because the software enforces them. Companies can program relationships with radical transparency so everyone has a better understanding about what each party has agreed to. Above all, they must be considerate of the interests of other parties when they conduct business. The platform demands it.
Welcome back. So far in this module, we've been discussing how blockchain platforms are dropping transaction costs in an open market, causing the boundaries of firms to become more porous. Business owners have a chance to ask themselves, how big should our company really be? The boundaries separating a company from its vendors, consultants, customers, and peers are becoming harder to define, and they're constantly changing too. So companies, of course, will still exist, no matter how blockchain affects them. And that's because overall the acts of searching and contracting and coordinating and establishing trust will remain more cost effective within a corporate ecosystem than in a completely open market. Melody Swan is the founder of the Institute for Blockchain Studies, and she said that people won't be working solely as individuals or freelancers, the so-called gig economy. She believes that there will be more, quote, flexible business entities made up of individuals and groups partnering around projects, unquote. She views the new model of the firm more like the guild, the pre-industrial group of merchants and craftsmen. They work together in a particular town, and they also use the apprenticeship model to train the next generation of workers. Swan said, quote, "We will still need organizations acting as coordinating mechanisms," unquote. But just how those teams will go about collaborating still isn't clear. So leaders should be strategic in determining what gives their company a competitive advantage and what should be inside and what should be outside. Today, we often hear firms should focus on their core, but core can change. and be constantly changing, since blockchain technology is lowering transaction costs. Everyone seems to have a different idea of what the optimal firm size should be if the goal is to maximize shareholder wealth. Lots of firms we studied seemed to follow whatever direction the wind was blowing. Sending back office processing outside the boundaries was described as a no-brainer, but often managers didn't have a clear understanding of why. Some firms take a more disciplined approach. Management experts Gary Hamel and C.K. Pralahad years ago developed the well-known core competencies concept, a very famous Harvard Business Review article. They said companies gain competitive advantage by mastering a distinct competence. Those could be specialized skills, proprietary techniques, and unique knowledge. Companies could go outside to acquire other resources, but a company may have mastered some activities not critical to its core. So it needs to decide whether to continue doing them. On the other hand, you have strategist Michael Porter, who argued competitive advantage comes from networks of activities. If the activities were organized to reinforce the value of each other, the network would be harder to copy as a whole. Competitive advantage comes from entire systems of activities. Any individual activity within the system may be copied, but competitors won't get the same benefit unless they somehow manage to clone the entire system. Others argue that companies should keep mission-critical functions inside their boundaries. Those are the ones that they must get right to survive and to succeed. But what's mission-critical isn't always obvious. Making computers is mission-critical for computer companies, right? Well, not really. I mean, Dell, HP, IBM outsource much of this activity to manufacturers like Foxconn, Celestica, Flextronics, or Jabil. In fact, a whole industry was created called the Electronics Manufacturing Services industry. Computer companies don't really make computers. Final assembly of vehicles is mission critical for car makers, but BMW and Mercedes contract with Magna to do a lot of this activity. Stanford business professor Susan Athey has a persuasive argument. She says some mission-critical functions, like the collection and analysis of big data, may be just too risky to move outside corporate boundaries, even if you don't have unique abilities in that area, unquote. True, there may be some functions like data analytics where relying on a partner may be risky. Still, companies can decide how best to deploy external resources to build internal capability. Companies should always look out for opportunities to use their networks to grow and to innovate. And we believe the starting point for corporate boundary decisions is to understand your industry, your competitors, and your opportunities for profitable growth. Then use this knowledge as a basis for your business strategy, your competitive strategy, which is all about being different. From there, blockchain opens up all kinds of new opportunities for networking. Every manager and knowledge worker needs to understand and monitor these opportunities at all times. And boundary choices are not just for senior executives. They're for anyone who cares about putting together the best teams for innovation and high performance. And remember this one. One thing you can't outsource is a corporate culture. Up next, we'll dive deeper into the 9 factors entrepreneurs should consider when making boundary choices. In this video, we'll look at 9 questions that you can ask yourself when you're deciding where to set the boundaries of your business at any given point in time. Company leaders have an opportunity to see their business through the lens of the blockchain entrepreneur. And this exercise will give you a 360-degree view. It will spark, I hope, eye-opening conversations about what's truly unique and critical in your business. Earlier, we talked about Joe Lubin and Consensus Systems, the Ethereum software development studio that runs many of its functions on the Ethereum blockchain. Let's review the operations of a blockchain-based enterprise, and Consensus will help us here. Remember, Consensus is in its infancy, and a lot can go wrong to undermine its business, such as a huge drop in the market value of its native token called Ether. That occurred, and they needed to do a lot of reorganization. But we can still learn a lot from them and from Joe Lubin. The first question companies should ask is, are there partners who could do certain activities better? Could we benefit from peer-to-peer production, for example, or open platforms or other blockchain business models? The company Consensus is able to tap extraordinary expertise, much of it outside of its boundaries. Second question is, what are the new economics of corporate boundaries in any situation? What are the transaction costs of partnering versus doing activities in-house? Can you develop a suite of smart contract templates to reduce your coordination costs? That's what Consensus does. Question 3, how much of your business relies on technological interdependence and how much is modular? Business modules have greater flexibility. Define these components and you can reconfigure them outside corporate boundaries. Consensus sets standards for software development, then provides access to various software modules that its partners can build on. Question 4. How good is your firm at managing this external or outsourced work? How good is your company at managing networks? Can smart contracts improve the process and lower the costs overall? Well, from the get-go, Consensus was a blockchain business, and its founder, Joe Lubin, embraces that technology. They're good at it. Question 5. Is there a risk a partner might invade fundamental parts of your business? Some have suggested that the huge electronics manufacturer Foxconn may do this to their customers, the OEM, smartphone companies, and eventually start competing directly with them, selling phones. Consensus tries to reduce this risk of partners ending up competing with you by building loyalty through incentives so its members share in the wealth that they create. Question 6, are there legal, regulatory, or political obstacles to change and to networking more? Have you cut deals to lock you into your current structure or location and so on? Well, that hasn't been a problem for Consensus yet. Question 7, will working with partners help you improve your overall competitive advantage, your ability to create differentiated value? Speed and pace of innovation are important to boundary decisions. Sometimes companies have no choice but to partner because they can't develop something fast enough in-house. A partner arrangement can be a placeholder. This is Consensus's strategy. Build a network of collaborators around the Ethereum platform, grow the platform and its ecosystem, and increase the probability of success and competitive advantage for all of its components. Question 8, is there a danger of losing control of something fundamental, say a product or network architecture? Business leaders need to to deeply understand the elements and links in their value chains or networks. Which ones will be key to creating and capturing value in the future? The company will lose out if it farms these out. The Ethereum platform is key to the success of Consensus, and so Joe Lubin and other members of Consensus are active in its governance. He doesn't leave it to others. And finally, question 9. Can you rapidly expand your market or value proposition while at the same time shutting out a competitor by vertically integrating, by moving in the other direction, at least temporarily? Foxconn, the Taiwanese electronic services manufacturer, has grown far larger than its competitors by vertically integrating. It's a unique situation. It manufactures many of the components used in electronics equipment, and using the profit from that, it undercuts its manufacturing services competitors like Celestica and Jabil. Pharmacies need to change or else be undermined by the e-commerce onslaught of companies, in particular Amazon. So in 2018, drug retailer CVS expanded its offerings to enter the health insurance industry by purchasing the large insurance company Aetna. Drugstore purchases an insurance company. In this case, it made sense to vertically integrate, at least for now. But buyer beware, because having said that, history shows that most acquisitions fail to achieve their objectives, or they just fail, period. And in the second era of the internet, acquisitions will tend to make less and less sense compared to building networks. Overall, blockchain technologies will introduce a new set of tools that the heads of every function really need to understand. That said, you can't move culture outside of your boundaries. Change is hard, and we've been urging corporate leaders to just start having conversations about blockchain now. Congratulations on completing this module. Let's review how blockchain technology will change the firm, the corporation. Not just how it does business, but how it sets and where it sets its boundaries. We looked at Consensus Systems, the Ethereum software development studio. This is really a new model for running a business on a blockchain. Every employee has a voice in how the business operates. It has a decentralized structure that makes it agile and helps members collaborate. Smart contracts include incentives for innovation and productivity. Most companies today are still traditional hierarchies, inefficient, and they can often be stifling, with wealth going to those at the top of the hierarchy. The internet did drop transaction costs outside corporate boundaries, but these boundaries, of course, remain, and the architecture of the firm is pretty much still intact. And then companies like Google and search, or Amazon and retail, or Facebook, social media, can really behave like monopolies because they're so popular, and credit to them for creating great value for consumers. But users have only recently come to understand how these big companies have been using their personal data. 3 differences between internet and blockchain search make it easier for companies to find external resources when using blockchain. First is user anonymity with implications for recruiting and marketing. Second is the sequencing of data with a history of all transactions as they occurred. A third is value, the ability to gain insights at a lower cost. And of course, there's also an additional one that we studied in the previous course, The costs of finding money are lowered radically through new crowd-funded models like ICOs on a blockchain. Secondly, contracting costs are lower on blockchain because smart contracts are self-enforcing. Companies won't need to rely on dispute mechanisms in the open market. Blockchain lowers coordination costs in and outside boundaries of firms. It can reduce agency costs where executives earn far more than they contribute in value. Integrity is built into the blockchain platform, so it's easier to build trust with outside entities. Trust is the expectation that other parties will act with integrity. But still, companies need to be strategic in determining what gives them competitive advantage. What activities should stay inside corporate boundaries and what can be outside? If you've questions, please visit the discussion forum. And for more on how blockchain will affect the corporation, check out Chapter 4 of Blockchain Revolution. On behalf of my co-author, Alex Tapscott, and our academic partner, INSEAD, thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us. In this module, we explore how blockchain technology can affect current business models. Imagine what we can do with smart contracts, peer-to-peer payment systems, and digital platforms with built-in trust. By the end of this week, you'll be able to define terms like the distributed application, also known as a DApp. You'll know the differences between an autonomous agent, an open networked enterprise, and a distributed autonomous enterprise. They all sound like a mouthful, but they won't at the end of this. And we'll look at the cautionary tale of the DAO. This was an investment fund that did some extraordinary things, but ultimately failed. It's an example of what can go wrong with a smart contract and the importance of effective blockchain governance. You'll be able to describe 7 business models for open networked enterprises and how blockchain technology could improve each of these models. And you'll be able to identify some approaches to managing intellectual property using blockchain. We'll see how blockchain-based platforms can help distribute ownership of wealth. They can encourage innovation and provide new sources of capital for creators. Now, if you have questions or comments, please go to the discussion forum. And for a preview of these business models, check out Chapter 5 of Blockchain Revolution. On behalf of my co-author, Alex Tapscott, and our academic partner, INSEAD, thank you for joining us. In this video, we're going to take a little trip into the future, and we'll look at some of the new and very radical and very distributed forms of businesses that could be made possible by blockchain technology. These types of businesses need little or no traditional managers to create value for customers and owners. Millions of people could collaborate in ventures like these and share in their profits. The result will distribute wealth to many instead of keeping it for the few at the top of a hierarchy. Here's how this could work. Smart contracts can go from the simple to the complex. Simple contracts involve few or no people and only one exchange of value. Remember the soda machine. Complex contracts call on more people and involve many exchanges, making firms resemble networks. We call these open networked enterprises. These open networked enterprises are good at coordinating resources anywhere in the world. Companies could use smart contracts to program low-cost, self-enforcing agreements with new suppliers and partners. An automobile company could use blockchain's search tools to check the trustworthiness of a distant maker of parts. Expand the scenario to include finding a supply chain partner. Need steel from China, or rubber from Malaysia, or maybe glass from Wichita, Kansas? No problem. Decentralized online clearinghouses operating as distributed applications for each commodity will help you book the price, quality, and delivery dates with a few clicks of a mouse. You could have a detailed record of transactions showing exactly how companies lived up to their commitments. You could schedule goods to show up just in time, no warehouse required. Let's take smart contracts a step further. Create them as autonomous agents. Make them super smart, having machine learning built into them, and pursuing our goals and making decisions on our behalf. This is where blockchain meets artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is not going to run on some massive supercomputer centralized in the world somewhere. It will be distributed in autonomous agents running on blockchains. So imagine a piece of software capable of learning and adapting, roaming on this platform with its own wallet. It can purchase resources like electricity or power, or computing processing power, while selling services to other entities. The software is an autonomous agent in that it can take in data from its environment and act on that data independently. Autonomous agents are more than just computer programs. They can modify how they do their work over time. A good example of a bad autonomous agent is a computer virus. It has a single function to copy itself from machine to machine. Unleashing a virus on a blockchain could be difficult. It might have to pay other parties to interact with it, and the network would quickly identify its public key, crash its reputation score, or not validate its transactions. More complex agents could make more complex transactions. They could acquire resources or produce value for their owner. So let's say that there's a cloud computing service renting servers from specific providers. An autonomous agent might figure out how to make a deal with any provider. A more intelligent agent, an artificially intelligent agent, could upgrade its own software, adapting itself to new models, like offering to pay users for the rental of their unused computers. It could begin to do things that it wasn't programmed to do. The next step would be for the agent to enter new businesses or new industries. In the future, autonomous agents will collaborate, forming all kinds of new business models in what we're calling a distributed autonomous enterprise. So buckle up here. Imagine a set of autonomous agents cooperating in a complex blockchain-based ecosystem. They could be coded according to a clear mission statement and operating rules. People will give these agents computing power and capital. Together, they'll create a suite of services and sell those services to other devices or to humans or to human organizations. They'll buy what they need, hire or require resources like manufacturing or marketing resources, could be equipment or people or services, and they'll adapt in real time. And this would be the ultimate distributed organization. Ultimately, could have millions of shareholders who participated in a crowdfunding campaign to create it. And the shareholders, having crafted the mission statement, would vote to govern the entity. Much of the day-to-day decision-making could be programmed. And in theory, this entity could run without traditional managers or managers of any human kind. There would be no overpaid CEO or bloated bureaucracy. There would be no what's called moral hazard, where managers do things that are not in the interests of the shareholders and stakeholders of a corporation. There would be no office politics, no red tape. Any human employees or partners would be paid under smart contracts. Smart contracts would run according to the best management practices. People would always know what they're supposed to be doing and have clear performance metrics, which would be transparent. The enterprise would be able to apply customer feedback more quickly based on logic. Shareholders would get their share of profits based on real-time accounting and the rules of the crowdfunding campaign. It could be quarterly dividends or it could be hourly dividends. Now, you might say this sounds like science fiction. It is a bit, but companies like Consensus have already issued shares in their firms using tokens in initial coin offerings. You could legally record the ownership of private corporations and transfer those shares to other people on a blockchain. So imagine an initial coin offering on a massive scale with 100 million shareholders, each contributing a few pennies. Investors at the bottom of the pyramid could own shares of a wealth-creating venture anywhere in the world. In theory, we could design a corporation without executives, just shareholders, money, and software. Code and algorithms could replace the executive board with shareholders in control. Now, this may not seem practical, but entrepreneurs are already writing code in languages like Solidity and Script to perform business functions. Innovators are using code to give multi-signature control over funds, and people are buying equity into blockchain startups through blockchain-based crowdfunding campaigns, as they're called ICOs. And dApps are already giving away to autonomous agents. The wallet for this distributed autonomous enterprise could require thousands of shareholders to sign off on important transactions. All right, this structure would have some obvious challenges. There'd need to be mechanisms to quickly achieve consensus. And we'd need mechanisms to determine legal liability for company actions for someone who's contributed 1/10,000th of a vote. Could there be self-propagating criminal or terrorist organizations on a blockchain? Computer scientist Andreas Antonopoulos isn't concerned. He believes the network will manage the danger and deliver enormous benefits to society.
In this video, we'll look at what could go wrong with a smart contract and what it means for effective blockchain governance. So let's start with a story. A software startup named Slockit designed a smart contract on the Ethereum network. The developers called it the DAO, for Decentralized Autonomous Organization. The DAO was, in essence, a decentralized investment fund. Its developers promised that it would operate with the iron will of unstoppable code. Fundraising came first. Users could purchase DAO tokens by sending Ether to the DAO smart contract. Then, token holders could vote on which projects to fund out of the proposals that were submitted. Token holders would get a share of the DAO's holdings. Anyone who disagreed with the funding decision could trigger a split function, moving their funds into a new child DAO. A group of prominent members of the Ethereum community volunteered to serve as curators. Their job was vetting submissions, testing the code, and rejecting flawed or fraudulent proposals. Some token holders thought the curators should just audit the code of the chosen smart contracts and verify the identities of the people behind them. Others thought they should be more proactive to promote the DAO's success. The voting process itself was flawed, and some curators called for a moratorium to address the problem. However, there turned out to be an even more serious flaw in the DAO code, and ultimately it would lead to the DAO's demise. An attacker used the flaw to drain funds by calling on the split function available to token holders. The attacker was able to, in essence, withdraw funds over and over without updating the account balance held in the DAO. The attacker funneled a third of the ether raised into a child DAO, where it had to sit for 3 weeks per the terms of the DAO. This was big money. The DAO at its peak had raised $165 million in US dollar equivalent. The attack was spotted almost at once, but there was no way to stop it. 3.6 million ether was drained in a few hours, almost a sixth of the total amount of ether available in the entire Ethereum network at the time. The Ethereum community had to decide how to respond. They could do nothing and let the attacker keep the funds, or they could change the protocol. The clock was ticking. In 21 days, retrieving the funds would be impossible. Ethereum developers had two possible fixes, both tough choices. One was a soft fork, blacklisting the child DAO so the funds could never be spent. The other was a hard fork, transferring the stolen ether into a new withdrawal contract where token holders could claim their funds. Both fixes were controversial. The soft fork was considered a form of transaction censorship, and a security review showed it would create a new vulnerability. So a hard fork was really the only solution, but it meant admitting the Ethereum blockchain could be altered or appended, and developers would need to convince a majority of the mining power in the network to install this new version. The hope was that everyone would switch to this new protocol and leave the old one to die out. But there were dissenters. There were those who believed in the principle of immutability. They refused to move to the new Ethereum. They argued only the unaltered blockchain was legitimate. So the Ethereum blockchain split in two in its first year of existence, with significant mining power staying on to form what is now known as Ethereum Classic. What can we learn from this? A key lesson was that effective blockchain governance requires both on-chain and off-chain mechanisms. The DAO showed the limitations of on-chain governance, managed only by the rules coded into the network and the smart contracts that were running on top of it. People also influence its operation off-chain on discussion boards such as on Reddit. It took a combination of these efforts to address the DAO attack. The DAO's inventors said the DAO operated according to smart contract code on the Ethereum blockchain, but token holders and curators made the decision about the actions the DAO could take. The automation within the DAO couldn't replace the human side of governance. Developers will introduce changes to a blockchain protocol to improve a network's function or to fix technical issues. But some updates have been motivated not by technical reasons, but by economic ones. Whether these interventions are legitimate is still in question in the community. The DAO was among the first major attacks on a distributed application, but it wouldn't be the last. Somebody exploited a flaw in the code running Parity's multi-signature contracts, freezing, at the time, hundreds of millions of dollars worth of ether in broken wallets. There's no way to recover the funds without another hard fork, and the consensus of the whole Ethereum network is necessary to make another protocol change. These incidents force us to rethink blockchain governance. Internal, on-chain governance is not enough. We can set specific rules in smart contract code, but we can't guarantee that these rules will execute as intended, and events could make the rules obsolete. So a mechanism is needed to update a blockchain protocol when stakeholders decide that it must be done. Both the Bitcoin and Ethereum communities created a series of procedures for members to follow. But they've been criticized for being too slow and for giving power to a small group of developers who decide which options to make available to the broader community. There's also the question of external regulation. The DAO attack got the attention of regulators and lawyers. Who was liable for any wrongdoing caused by the DAO? The US Securities and Exchange Commission concluded the DAO had likely issued securities without a license. Many jurisdictions have powerful means to enforce laws and regulations. People must comply with court orders or face seizure of their assets or even jail time. But the governance of a blockchain can't rely on these external mechanisms alone. A judge might order changes to a smart contract to meet legal requirements or to right a wrong. And the developers within the court's jurisdiction might be forced to comply. But the smart contract would go on so long as a majority of miners in the blockchain network refused to accept this fork.
This is the first of 2 videos on blockchain-based business models. We think distributed models will disrupt centralized ones. Why? Well, because they innovate better, they create value at lower cost, and producers can share in the wealth. Here are 4 examples. The first is the blockchain cooperative. It's formed by people coming together to meet common needs. Most of the so-called sharing economy, companies like Uber, Airbnb, and so on, are really large-scale service aggregators and distributors. They aggregate services and they round up suppliers with excess capacity on a centralized platform. Could be cars, lawn equipment, vacant rooms, handyman skills. Then they resell them, collecting fees and creating valuable data about both sides of the exchange, the suppliers and the consumers. Airbnb competes with hotels. Lyft and Uber compete with taxis and limousines. Zipcar, with its hourly rates, competed with rental car companies, then was purchased by one of them, Avis. These companies have globalized the selling of what used to be local, small businesses. They've monetized everything from spare bedrooms and family cars to underemployed talent and people without full-time jobs. But blockchain technology can displace some of the matching and accounting functions performed by platforms like Uber. So get ready for blockchain Airbnb, Airbnb, or blockchain Uber. We'll call that one Super, or blockchain TaskRabbit. There's an opportunity to create a true sharing economy where individuals and organizations work together as a cooperative and receive most of the value that they create. The second business model is for creators of intellectual property. There are a lot of people in our economy that create value and aren't fairly compensated for it. Writers, musicians, artists, scientists, engineers, other creators often don't get paid fairly. Publishers, record labels, art galleries, universities, and corporations have required these inventors to sign away their intellectual property rights as part of their employment deal. Blockchain can help. Consider the appraisal of fine art. The annual art market is worth $67 billion. It's a business controlled largely by expert middlemen with access to restricted databases. Finding who owns the art, where it's stored, and in what condition it is isn't easy. The Bitcoin-based startup Verisart is creating a public database of art and collectibles. Its goal is to serve artists and collectors as well as curators, historians, art appraisers, art insurers, and so on. With Verisart, we can record and track the provenance of any physical or digital work of art. Users can use their mobile device to check a work's authenticity, its condition, its chain of custody. Verisart founder Robert Norton believes the art world will embrace this decentralized model and a decentralized ledger. The third model is peer-to-peer production. Peer producers brought us open source software and Wikipedia, outforming those of the biggest, best finance corporations. I wrote an entire book about this called Wikinomics with my co-author Anthony Williams back in 2007. Community members take part for fun, to network, or because of their beliefs.
Blockchain technology can improve their efficiency and reward them for the value they create through incentives and reputation systems. So think of Linux. Nobody owns it, but it's the world's most important operating system today. The Wikimedia Foundation owns Wikipedia. The Mozilla Foundation owns the Firefox web browser. They're now experimenting with blockchain technology. Peer production can also occur in the purely private sector. Sometimes a corporation acts as a curator. Readers create the content on the Reddit discussion platform, but they don't own the site. It's now one of the top 10 websites in the United States in terms of traffic. Companies can also tap into vast pools of external labor. So IBM embraced the Linux community, donating hundreds of millions of dollars worth of software. Why would they do that? Well, they saved $900 million a year developing their own proprietary operating systems. IBM also got a platform on which it built a multi-billion-dollar services business as well. Sustaining volunteer communities long-term can be challenging, though. There's no economic incentive for good behavior. Incompetence and sabotage can cause problems, and trolls post inflammatory, incorrect, or off-topic messages, sowing discord. Blockchain technology discourages bad behavior in these communities. Peers develop reputations for valuable contributions. Members could ante up a small amount of money and see it increase or decrease based on their contributions, because we have a transactional platform for that occur. And peers could share in the value that they create for corporate-owned communities, getting paid through smart contracts. Consider Reddit. The community won't accept centralized control, but it suffers from rude, uncivil members. Any of you who've been on Reddit know what I'm talking about. Well, Reddit could benefit from moving to a model where great contributors are rewarded and bad behavior is penalized economically. Consensus is already working on a blockchain alternative to Reddit. The Consensus team thinks financial incentives can improve the quality of conversation without centralized control or censorship. The fourth model is based on metering of asset usage. This is a different take on the sharing economy, renting our excess capacity for all kinds of things on the Internet of Things. Renting things like Wi-Fi hotspots, computing processing power, storage capacity, extra mobile minutes, or our remaining battery charge. Your Wi-Fi can rent itself out in your absence, charging fractions of pennies for every second of usage. Your energy sources can become sources of income, metering their use and charging the user for it through micropayments. All you need is a decentralized protocol for them to transact safely and securely. You decide how much access to allow and what to charge for those rights. Blockchain will meter time and energy usage and manage payments and transactions in real time. Owners can pool their resources and then track who stands by their commitments. And those who don't will lower their reputation score and could even lose access if they don't do better. This is our second video on new blockchain-based business models. We just covered 4 types of distributed models, ones that are ready to disrupt centralized ones. Here are 3 more. First up are what we call the platform builders. These are business models based on letting anyone use their technology platforms to create value. We've used the word prosumer
to describe consumers who produce. They hack products to create something new. Blockchain technology supercharges prosumption. What if Nike running shoes could record data on a distributed ledger? Nike and the shoe wearer could monetize the data with a smart contract. Let's say a consumer gets a tiny piece of Nike shares when she buys a pair of sneakers. In return, she agrees to activate the device or sync to other wearables like a glucose level calculator. Nike gets valuable data. Companies can use the power of blockchain programming languages and payment systems to create open platforms. Or industry members can partner to create a blockchain utility. Think of the car of the future as part of a blockchain-based network of things. Various parts of the vehicle can do transactions. Thousands of programmers and niche businesses could customize applications for your car. Open platforms could transform entire industries like financial services by settling all kinds of financial transactions. An alliance of big banks is already working on that idea. Marketplaces for ideas and inventions help companies like Procter & Gamble tap into global pools of highly skilled talent, over 10 times the size of its own workforce. Firms use services like InnoCentive or Inno360 to find the right temporary talent to address critical business challenges. It's about using data to find the right talent at the right time to hack your business for the better. Uniquely qualified minds, people with unique qualifications to solve problems, can post their availability to the ledger. Think of a blockchain-based InnoCentive. Individuals could cultivate a portable resume to provide the right information to potential contractors, sort of like a distributed skills inventory owned by no one or by everyone. The hackathon is an important form of an idea marketplace, or as I've referred to them, idea agoras, as every business becomes a digital business. Every company could provide venues for geeks and other business builders to solve problems. Next up is animating the physical world, making things come alive on a blockchain. A modern aircraft has been described as a bunch of parts flying in tight formation. That's comforting. Actually, they fly together really well, and it's a safe mode of travel. Manufacturing-intensive industries, though, can use blockchain to source, design, and build better physical goods, like that airplane. Companies in lots of industries are tending to separate into networks of suppliers and partners. Three-dimensional printing will move manufacturing closer to the user, bringing new life to mass customization. And soon data and rights holders can store metadata about any substance, from human cells to powdered aluminum on a blockchain. They could expand the limits of corporate manufacturing. The technology can also track the origin of goods and their movement through a supply network. Consider the food industry. Your local grocery store may claim its beef is safe, raised humanely, fed quality ingredients, and given no unneeded drugs. But it can't guarantee it. We trust our hamburger with no means to verify it. Usually it doesn't matter, but then there's an outbreak of E. coli or mad cow disease. The food industry could store a number for every steer or every cut of meat on a blockchain. Smart database management would allow even the largest meat producers to guarantee quality and safety. And this data would expedite lab tests and the response to a health crisis. We could lead the world in developing a modern, open food system with down-to-earth family farm values.
Transparency lets companies with superior practices set themselves apart. They become naked, and you get to see whether or not they're buff as a company. And food producers need to have an appetite for that. Last, there are what we call the enterprise collaborators. Commercial collaboration tools within a business are changing the nature of knowledge work and of management inside organizations. Products like Jive, IBM Connections, Microsoft Outlook, Salesforce Chatter, Google Apps for Work are improving performance and fostering innovation. This social software can transform business operations from human resources and product development to marketing, sales, and customer service. Email is sort of yesterday's collaborative technology. Well, blockchain takes today's tools to the next level. Existing vendors should face disruption or embrace blockchain technologies to deliver more powerful features. Think Facebook, but for the corporation, where every user has a multifunctional wallet and a digital ID for the decentralized online world. The wallet stores personal and professional data and valuables, including money, but you own and control it, not who's ever paying you for your work. You hold your pair of public-private keys. The system delivers a stream of valuable information like a colleague's patch of code, a Twitter feed from a conference you missed, a live stream of a client using your new product, photos of your competitors' booths at an industry expo, or help in completing a patent application. You or your firm will gladly pay for this stream. The benefits of this open sourced and blockchain model are huge. There's advertising, but you, not Facebook, get rewarded for paying attention. That's called an attention market. You can participate in or create discussion channels about important topics. Enhanced privacy means spy agencies can't tell the source or destination of a message. No social media company can sell or leak your information without your permission. A dissident in a totalitarian country could speak out without fear of being tracked down by the government. And because you own your data, you share in the wealth of big data. Companies should be happy about their employees using platforms like this for business. Firms need to show integrity and respect their employees' security and privacy to attract the best talent. And companies are adapting into networked organizations, taking advantage of outside capabilities. These collaborative platforms can help enterprises establish trust with their external partners. So the business models that we've discussed in this module are 7 out of dozens that are emerging and 100 more that are possible. Companies large and small can use these emerging business models to make it rain on the blockchain. The open distributed business models show radical potential to supercharge innovation and create value for shareholders, customers, and societies as a whole. In the final course of this program, we're going to ask you to come up with your own use cases and business models. If you do this well, it could be one of the most important business initiatives you've ever undertaken because it could help you transform your company for this second era of the internet. If you've got questions or comments, please go to the discussion forum. And for more on this topic, check out Chapter 5 of our book, Blockchain Revolution.
Tell me some more about your business model and really how tactically you're looking to build liquidity.
So in terms of our business model, we thought about it like this. We are taking major technological risk in terms of building a business on new technology. Let's not take other risks on other part of the business. And so other exchanges have been quite successful in their business model. And so we've decided to not be innovative here, but rather duplicate what's been successful in terms of business model. And so what we've done is we take a percentage fee on every transaction. That's connecting a buyer and seller, we take a percentage fee on that. And so our business model is based on increasing revenue. We take percentage on all those transactions. Now, how do we get volume to the exchange is our biggest challenge. And so what we're working on is different viral marketing strategies. So for example, referral programs have proved to be very successful. And so centralized exchanges, the regular exchanges that exist, have been quite successful in doing referral programs. So now what we've done is we've developed into our smart contracts referral programs. So it's in the code. So basically, if I refer someone to the exchange and they trade, in the code a portion of their fees will come to me. And so this is all programmable. And so that's one way we're trying to get viral marketing. The other thing is there's a lot more value for the later users than the earlier users. And so things that we're thinking of is, if you're an early user, an early adopter, let's give you free fees for life. And so we're effectively incentivizing you to come on now and believe in the exchange now before it has volume. And then if the exchange reaches the scale which we believe it can, you will have now a very valuable asset because you'll never pay fees on trading on our exchange. And so we're kind of thinking of ideas like this to create virality and to help bootstrap liquidity in the early days.
Be curious about how you compare to other exchanges. So you talked about how the use of blockchain should give you a security advantage. How great is that? How salient is it for users? And also, do you have cost advantages from your technology choice?
If I had to compare ourselves to the current exchanges, so 99% of the cryptocurrency trading volumes goes through centralized exchanges that hold the custody of your tokens. Now, if I had to compare our technology to theirs, I would say we are 10 times more secure than those exchanges. Some of the drawbacks we have is in terms of variable costs, so costs per trade. We have to pay the network, the blockchain network, for every transaction. So we have a variable cost for every transaction, whereas when they do a trade, they update their database, which doesn't have any costs. So we've actually got a downside in terms of variable cost, but we're 10x more secure. Now, we are not the first exchange to have this non-custodial model, but what we are is the fastest non-custodial exchange. So the other non-custodial exchanges have provided as well 10x more security, but where they've struggled is in creating a user experience which is similar to the exchanges that exist, specifically in speed. And so what we've managed to achieve is an innovative way to create fast, instantaneous transactions, the same as you would have on a regular exchange, with the 10x more security. So those are the positives. Currently, the challenges that we have is higher variable costs, and the user experience is slightly more challenging than a normal current centralized exchange. And the reason for that is because you as the user now need to have a wallet. And that's kind of a friction point. You need to be your own bank. You need to store your own cryptocurrency. And that's kind of an education point that we need to go through with the market because most people actually don't custody and don't hold their own tokens. And they actually hold their tokens on cryptocurrency exchanges.
How are you approaching the business model around Sweatcoin?
Business model of Sweatcoin is already functioning, actually, even without blockchain. We have a lot of our partners that bring in goods, services, and experiences, paying us for being, being in front of millions of our users who are physically active, who are very interested in kind of things that help them to be more active. So if you sports, health, fitness, lifestyle, beauty brand, we have dream audience for you. So these brands are very, very keen to get at the top of our marketplace, and we actually charge for that. So we had several profitable months already, even without moving into blockchain. One of the most fascinating things about Sweatcoin that I've encountered being in sort of blockchain and cryptocurrency space is if you talk to laymen about other cryptos, the most difficult question to answer is why does it have any value at all? It's a string of numbers. Why would anyone pay for it? Now, with Sweatcoin, we never ever entered into this conversation because if Sweatcoin is backed by my steps, of course it has value. The only question people ask is how much? And if you think about it, we have created this digital asset and we think of it as a currency. If we move it onto exchange, then we can truly create a measure of the value of physical activity to the world, to different countries, to different entities. You, as insurer, will be able to buy Sweatcoins of your policyholders, therefore encouraging them to be more physically active. And they benefit as well as you because you're effectively creating and motivating behavior that makes people live longer, be more productive, be healthier. If you're a state, you would be able to basically take those Sweatcoins as part of tax payment, also using exchanges. So by making it tradable, going onto exchanges and making it freely available, we will create this secondary market where anyone and everyone that can benefit from making society more physically active, healthier, happier, more productive, will be able to participate in the economy of movement.
Welcome back. In this video, we look at distributed applications, or dApps. dApps represent a new era in the digital revolution, with promise for distributing wealth. But before we get to that, let's look at how the digital landscape has evolved into a centralized power structure. Then we'll look at how blockchain technology makes decentralization possible. Centralized organizations have held concentrated computing power for a long time. All software applications or apps ran on their owners' computers in the first decades of the enterprise computing. Citibank, General Motors, US Steel, Unilever, and the US federal government owned huge data centers running proprietary software. Certain companies did rent or timeshare computer power from providers like the 1980s giant CompuServe to run their own applications. The software market specialized as the personal computer or PC matured. Some focused on developing client apps for the PC. Some focused on server apps for the host computer. Widespread adoption of the internet allowed individuals and companies to use their computers to share information. First, it was text documents, and later images, multimedia content like videos, and software applications. Sharing began to democratize the information landscape, but it was short-lived. A new type of time-sharing appeared in the 1990s, first called virtual private networks, or VPNs, and then cloud computing. Cloud computing let users and companies store and process their software and data in third-party data centers. New technology companies like Salesforce.com made fortunes by using the cloud model to save customers the big costs of developing and running their own software. Cloud services providers like Amazon and IBM built huge multi-billion-dollar businesses. Next, social media companies like Facebook and Google created services in the 2000s running on their own vast data centers. Companies like Apple moved away from the World Wide Web's open architecture to exclusive walled gardens like the Apple Store. So the trend of centralized computing continued. Large companies keep the applications they've created, processed, owned, or acquired on their own large systems, but there are red flags created by this centralized structure. Single points of control make companies and their customers vulnerable to catastrophic crashes, fraud, and security breaches. Customers of Target, eBay, JP Morgan Chase, Home Depot, Uber, and others all have felt the pain of identity theft. Systems of different parts of a company still have big challenges communicating with one another, let alone with systems outside the firm. For us users, it means we've never really had control. Other people and companies define the services that we use, and sometimes their implicit values and goals are in conflict with our own. Other people own the valuable data we generate, and they're using it to build vast fortunes, perhaps the greatest in history. Most of us get little benefit or compensation for handing over our data. Central powers use it to sell us stuff or to spy on us. Then along came blockchain and distributed applications. Now, anyone can upload a program onto a blockchain and leave it to self-execute with a strong guarantee that the program will continue to perform securely. This platform is public, not inside an organization, and it contains a growing set of resources, like digital money, to reward and promote certain behavior. We're moving into a new stage of the digital age, where we can program and share distributed software. A distributed application, or DApp, runs across many computing devices, not on a single server. All the computing resources running a particular blockchain make up a computer. Blockchain developer Gavin Wood makes this point too in describing the Ethereum blockchain as a platform for processing. He said, quote, "There is only one Ethereum computer in the world. It's multi-user. Anyone who ever uses it is automatically signed in," end quote. Ethereum is distributed and built to the highest standards of crypto security, so no one can ever mess with the data. Critical rules are built into the computer to protect its integrity. BitTorrent, the peer-to-peer file sharing app, came along even before blockchain. But its distributed nature shows the potential of dApps. At one point, it consumed over 5% of all internet traffic. Lovers of music, film, and other media use it to share their files for free with no central server for authorities to shut down. The programmer and creator Bram Cohen, who developed BitTorrent, said this: "The revolution will not be monetized." But we think generating revenue and economic value through technological innovation can be a good thing. What matters is making sure the revolution is not monetized by the few. Blockchain technology makes the possibilities for dApps basically unlimited. dApps are a new level of digital evolution. Here's just one example. The company Storage provides a distributed cloud storage platform and a suite of dApps. It lets users store data cheaply, securely, and privately. No centralized authority has access to a user's encrypted data. Storage eliminates the high costs of centralized storage facilities. It's super fast, and it pays users for renting their extra disk space. And it's censorship resistant. No single company can prevent you from accessing what is yours by right. It's like Airbnb for your computer's spare memory space, allowing you to monetize latent capacity for profit. In this video, we'll take a closer look at distributed applications, or dApps. dApps represent a new era in the digital revolution, with promise for distributing wealth. Let's look at how a home-sharing dApp could work on the blockchain. Airbnb was founded a month before the stock market crashed in 2008. Since then, it's become a $31 billion platform, now the world's largest supplier of rooms measured by market share, value, and rooms occupied. But the people who provide the rooms get just part of the value they create. Western Union processes international payments, taking $10 for every transaction, plus big foreign exchange off the top. Settlements take a long time. Airbnb stores and profits off of all of the data, and both owners and consumers have concerns about privacy. Companies like Airbnb are part of the so-called sharing economy, but Airbnb is not really successful because it shares. Rather, it is successful because it does not share. It aggregates excess capacity through a centralized platform and resells it at a profit, pocketing fees, but more importantly, owning the platform outright. If you rent out a spare room in your home, you don't become an owner of Airbnb, right? Now imagine a competitor to Airbnb, but on the blockchain. We brainstormed with blockchain expert Dino Mark Angaridis to design one. We called it Be Airbnb. It would look more like a member-owned cooperative than a company. All revenues except overhead would go to its members. They would control the platform and they would make decisions. B Airbnb is a distributed application, a DApp, a set of smart contracts on a home sharing blockchain. The B Airbnb app has an elegant interface. Owners can upload information and pictures of their property. The platform keeps reputation scores of owners and renters to improve everyone's business decisions. So, you're looking to rent. The B Airbnb software filters the listing meeting your criteria, say 10 miles from the Eiffel Tower, 2 bedrooms, and a 4+ star rating. Your user experience is identical to what you would get in Airbnb, or at least very similar, except you communicate peer-to-peer on this network through encrypted messages, not stored in Airbnb's database. You and the room owner are the only 2 people who can read these messages, and you can swap phone numbers and complete that exchange privately. You and the owner could complete the transaction entirely off-chain, but there are 7 advantages to doing it on-chain. First is reputation. The network records the transaction on the blockchain. A positive review improves each user's reputation. The risk of a negative review motivates hosts and guests to be honest. People with good reputations can benefit from the same persona across multiple dApps. It doesn't have to be isolated to just one function. Second is identity verification. We're not dealing with a centralized system to check ID for us, so hosts and guests need a way to confirm each other's real-world identity. The blockchain calls up a contract from a Verify ID application to verify each party's public key or persona. Third is privacy protection. Verify ID doesn't store all transactions in a database. It simply returns a true or false to verification requests. Different kinds of dApps can use this Verify ID. But Verify ID never knows transaction details. This separation of the identity layer from the transaction layer greatly improves your privacy. Fourth is risk reduction. On Airbnb, customers' identities and financial data are stored on centralized servers. These can be hacked and leaked, exposing owners to liabilities. But there's no central database to hack on the blockchain. There are only individual peer-to-peer transactions. Fifth is insurance. Airbnb offers $1 million worth of insurance for owners and compensates them for theft and damage if necessary. On B Airbnb, owners can get the B Airbnb insurance DApp. Renters with good reputations get lower rates and don't have to subsidize renters with a negative history. Here's how this could work. You submit a booking request, and B Airbnb sends your public key to the insurance contract for a quote. The insurance DApp contacts a list of trusted providers. Insurers perform their own calculations in real time through an autonomous agent. This will consider inputs to the contract, like the market value of the owner's house, how much the owner wants insured, owner and renter reputations, and the rental price. B Airbnb takes the best bid and adds it to the owner's nightly fee. The blockchain processes this calculation in the background. Owners and renters have a user experience comparable to Airbnb, but with a better value exchange. Sixth is payments. Funds are transferred to the owner in seconds, whereas on Airbnb it would take days. Owners can also manage security deposits better with smart contracts. Some parties use escrow accounts to release payments nightly, weekly, hourly, or in full as the parties agree. Parties can call for arbitration even in cases of dispute. Seventh is secure access to property. A smart lock connected to the blockchain knows when you've paid. Your near-field communication-enabled smartphone can sign a message with your private key as proof of payment when you arrive. And the smart lock will open for you. Owners don't need to drop off keys or visit the property unless they want to say hello or maybe address some emergency. You and the owner have now saved most of the fees. Settlements are assured and instant. There are no foreign exchange fees for international contracts. You don't have to worry about stolen identity. Local governments and oppressive regimes can't subpoena B Airbnb for its rental history data. This is the real sharing of value economy. Both customers and service providers are the winners. In this video, we'll look at some of the strategic approaches to managing intellectual property in the blockchain ecosystem. There are pros and cons between patenting and not patenting. The US Constitution gives inventors exclusive rights to their discoveries to promote progress. Startups have limited resources. Patent protection blocks larger corporations from copying their innovations and then putting those startups out of business. But obtaining patents is expensive and can be speculative. Software innovation changes fast. A brilliant invention might soon be obsolete. There is a more communal approach. Innovators can share their innovations and replace the time and energy spent filing patent applications with increased effort at research and development. The community would contribute to a database of filed patent applications. Anyone can check to see what's been published in a given field to avoid directing resources at the same subject matter. The US Patent and Trademark Office waits 18 months to publish applications. Companies could join within the community to share applications much sooner. Contributors might lose some strategic advantage, but the overall ecosystem could benefit by not duplicating efforts. Patent pools are a mechanism for sharing issued patents to advance the overall industry. Individuals can choose to dedicate their patents to the public. Companies can assign patents to a trusted entity with a policy of non-enforcement. Patent pools can provide competitive benefits and reduce transaction costs, sometimes clearing blocking patents from the market. And companies can cut their litigation costs. Here's how something like this would work. Companies will pool patents in a particular technology, then purchase a license to the pool, usually at a discount from what would be negotiated for individual patents. But patent pools can also impede competition, conferring market power upon a group. Antitrust concerns could also arise. Some patent pools are created for defensive purposes. Each member firm pays yearly dues depending on their revenues. The defensive patent pool seeks to buy patents relating to its members' businesses. Innovators are compensated, patents are taken off the market, and members get a license to the purchased patents. These mechanisms could be significant for the blockchain ecosystem. Blockchain essential patents are foundational. Any blockchain company would infringe them. What if Satoshi Nakamoto had filed for and had been issued a patent for the basic concept of Bitcoin and thus the blockchain? It would be broad enough to encompass pretty much any application in the various blockchain business models, stifling innovation. We could set up a pool of essential blockchain patents with volunteers managing the process. The entity could function like the RPX Corporation. Members of the company pay dues. The company then buys patents or patent portfolios, making them royalty-free for members. Guidelines would define what makes a patent essential in the blockchain space. The evaluation would determine who required a license to the same patent. Stakeholders could receive value for participating in the evaluation process, with credits on their yearly dues. The amount wouldn't depend on whether a patent is essential or not, so an evaluator wouldn't feel pressure to inflate a patent's potential. Incentives could also go to individuals who volunteer to submit their patents to the essential patent blockchain. An open process could give companies a valuable view of the competitive landscape. There are drawbacks when individual companies invest in invention but receive no compensation. The proposed essential blockchain patent pool would use the best practices from earlier patent pools. Owners of patents deemed essential would be paid fairly. It seems logical to use innovative technology to advance our technology law. Using a blockchain for patent pools helps streamline licensing, negotiation, and enforcement. Automated review systems become more feasible. High-fidelity tracking of changes is built in, and it provides a testing bed for non-blockchain industries to move their pools to a blockchain system. But participation is crucial to ensure success of the blockchain essential patent pool. Voluntary communal coordination can also take place off blockchain. Individual companies don't have to share intellectual property, but community members could provide incentive for sharing. Companies could follow policies protecting some of their core intellectual property without being selfish. This approach would start with education. Industry leaders could agree upon a framework of suggested policies to share throughout the industry. Companies could be encouraged to publish open source blocking patents to the community, so blockchain-based technologies in non-competing businesses wouldn't be blocked. Narrower patents confined to a vertical space would still protect a company's interests. This policy could take advantage of the first-to-file system from the 2011 America Invents Act. Just publishing a document describing an invention prevents others from patenting the technology. Let's say the Acme Innovation Company discovers a way to prevent hacking better than existing technologies. This would likely apply across the blockchain industry. Acme could publish the discovery on its website, or through a service run by the Chamber of Digital Commerce, for example. No patent troll could attempt to monopolize the discovery. Voluntary publication already happens to some degree in the blockchain space. GitHub has thousands of blockchain-related repositories. Not every repository holds innovative code, but the sheer volume indicates immense interest in the technology. The community would need to urge companies holding blockchain patents to make them unenforceable, or agree to offer royalty-free licenses. This would align with the motivations of companies using patents mainly to defend against patent trolls. If you've got questions, please go to the discussion forum. For more on this topic, check out Tom Isaacson's work in the suggested readings.
How do you approach protecting the IP in your blockchain solution?
So there's two ways of approaching that. The first way is to say that some of the technological innovations that we develop natively, we acquire IP about it, and then we make sure that no one else is able to use it. So it's not so much that we try to keep people out, it's more that we make sure that other people cannot keep us out for something that we did. I think the second and more interesting idea is that initially what we're trying to build as a company is to develop a protocol level system. So as opposed to building a very specific application, we're trying to build an underlying system that allows other people to build applications on top of it. And the bet is that once we develop this underlying system, we then open source it, meaning anyone can copy it almost for free by just literally clicking a button on GitHub. And they have the entire system. The entire technological expertise and the entire output is basically hosted and freely available for anybody. So how is it that we still make money? The way that I typically tell it to our investors is that as an organization, we develop a protocol that's going to put the organization out of business. But the organization is going to have to repurpose itself to then provide services on top of this underlying protocol. And the reason why this is important is because these underlying protocols or systems very often benefit from network effects. So you yourself, if you try to keep other people out, are very unlikely to succeed. You need many, many other people to join you, because the more people join you, the more exponentially stronger the network gets. And because you were the one who developed this protocol and network in the first place, and because you have some goodwill for developing it, and because you essentially have been working continuously to provide additional services on top of this protocol, the bet is that people are going to use this protocol with you to extract these additional premium services, as opposed to just the free services of, in the keyless case, just logging into the crypto and blockchain technology worlds.
In this video, we'll explore how blockchain could transform the management of intellectual property rights, from attributions and payments to licensing and the management of rights. Collecting royalties could be fast and transparent on the blockchain. Existing royalty systems are slow and inefficient, with periodic payouts each year, if at that. Imagine royalty payments using cryptocurrencies. Those could happen in minutes or seconds, whenever people downloaded a song or used it in their commercial, or played it on the radio, or streamed it on Spotify, or bought ads around the music video on YouTube. Smart contracts could track these different uses of a song and meter out royalties to the artists and to other stakeholders, all without human agents. That's the future of royalty payments on the blockchain. Consider sampling, when one artist repurposes part of another artist's sound recording. Current systems can't track sampling with precision, but internet delivery of content makes at least precise tracking possible. The current system is still opaque. Blockchain-based registries can be as transparent as their users desire. Selective transparency could let artists and their managers see whether their payments were being processed promptly. Some pundits predict the end of intermediaries, like collection societies ASCAP and BMI. These monitor public performances of music and collect royalties on behalf of their members. They also handle blanket licensing of members' works to third parties like, say, radio stations. We think these traditional clearinghouses will need to adapt to stay viable, maybe serving as auditors of metadata, maybe even tokenizing that metadata. There's still lots for them to do if they take the leadership role in doing it. A distributed database built on blockchain for the creative industries would help artists register and protect their rights. Copyright is automatic upon creation of a work, but the current registration process can be costly and involve multiple jurisdictions. Blockchain platforms make global registration easier. An artist registers a work by uploading a digital file. The platform generates a hash of that file. Now, as we have discussed previously, a hash is a unique alphanumerical digest of the content. It serves as an identifier, like a digital fingerprint. It could be used for money, like Bitcoin, or it could be used, in this case, for a song or a piece of art. The creator secures attribution and timestamps possession of a file. That could be critical in a dispute over authorship. Now, this global registry of intellectual property could replace the separate, redundant, and sometimes inconsistent and even outdated silos of metadata that we have today. This registry would be available to anyone, anywhere, and scalable to billions of creative works. It would help creators get paid and help audiences fund the content that they wanted to consume. Streaming content would really mean streaming payments to artists. Intermediaries could focus on helping audiences discover creative works instead of dealing with paperwork. This distributed database would also help creators license their works with ease. The complexity of licensing is still a barrier to user-generated content. The average YouTuber doesn't know how to go about licensing a song for a fan-made video. Digital certificates registered on a blockchain could store data on the right status of a work, including conditions for use and for reuse. This data could unlock new revenue streams for creators. Let's change our tune a bit here and turn to gaming, where digital goods can be worth a lot. Virtual swords and armor change hands between gamers for large sums. But the digital assets are worthless if the game or the company that creates the game becomes obsolete. Digital goods could keep their value on the blockchain. Spells of Genesis is a trading card game. Its storyline and mechanics are based on blockchain technology. The cards are based on Counterparty, a platform using the Bitcoin blockchain to issue custom tokens. The gaming company Clanplay is also doing this, built on the Aeon protocol. Players of Spells of Genesis can trade their cards using the Book of Orbs. Orb stands for Ownership Revolution on the blockchain. The cards and other rare in-game assets trade for thousands of dollars. The game Force of Will also offers game interoperability. Players can use some assets in Spell of Genesis. This field is growing very fast. Mobile Go tokens let gamers trade virtual items on the Ethereum blockchain, for example, and there are many others. Ease of licensing is important in the world of digital design. Think of the content creator searching for an image to use in a presentation, or libraries and museums wishing to declare a work in the public domain within a certain jurisdiction. The Monograph platform helps artists and photographers license their content for commercial and editorial use. Monograph sees digital artwork as a tradable asset, and trading digital assets with blockchain technology allows for perfect provenance. Every transaction related to a registered work is recorded on this ledger. Off-blockchain sales would be possible, but unlikely, since breaking the chain of provenance would reduce the work's value. That's the future of creative industries on the blockchain. Thus far, we've touched on blockchain's potential for managing intellectual property, royalty payments, and licensing. In this session, we explore its impact on creative collaboration. The blockchain could automate resale royalties and event ticketing. It could transform how organizations monetize fan data and create a more inclusive model for rights data. The technology could even help creators to find new sources of capital and new models of distributed ownership. The blockchain makes decentralized collaboration possible for groups on a large scale. One crucial feature of blockchain is the ability to align the incentives of people who don't know or even trust each other. An early example of this potential was the cypherpunks, musicians who were distributed around the globe. The group used cryptocurrency to share ownership of the music they created. This works on a more sophisticated level too. We can imagine thousands of people everywhere in the world collaborating on a blockchain-based Wikipedia. Indeed, there's already an example of this called Everpedia. Backfeed is the name of an initiative launched to encourage massive open source collaboration among a network of peers. It operates free of centralized control. Peers can use Backfeed to evaluate contributions to a group project. Individual contributors receive rewards according to the perceived value of their work. It's a new form of commons-based peer production on the blockchain. Backfeed uses cryptographic consensus to solve the challenges of large-scale cooperation, but it keeps the benefits of commons-style governance. All new forms of distributed autonomous art could be born on the blockchain. Here's a fun one: the Plantoid project, which is also based on decentralized collaboration, but with a twist. Blockchain scholar Primavera Di Filippi came up with the concept and planted the seeds, so to speak, for the project. Plantoid's governance structure runs on the Ethereum blockchain. Di Filippi called the Plantoid an artistic representation of a blockchain-based life form. Its real-world body is a mechanical sculpture of a plant connected to the internet. Its operating system is a smart contract. The Plantoid collects Bitcoin donations and responds with some form of appreciation. It might play a song, display a light show, or perform a mechanical dance. It is actually fundraising for other projects. The smart contract has a targeted amount of Bitcoin to reach. When it reaches that amount, it issues a request for proposals for creating the next generation of Plantoid. Donors vote on the various proposals, and Plantoid hires the artist, whose submission receives the most votes, to create an offspring. Let me put it another way. The Plantoid is a self-propagating artwork, acting as an artist, art dealer, and agent. It achieves its own financial autonomy. It's the first instance of distributed autonomous art. This opens up a new set of possibilities for funding, commissioning, and making money from works of art. And ultimately, that's good for artists.
We've reached the end of our module on new business models. You've learned how smart contracts can do tasks ranging from the simple to the complex with little human involvement. They can act as what we call autonomous agents on behalf of whoever set them in motion. They have potential to form a distributed autonomous enterprise cooperating in complex blockchain-based ecosystems. But they need some human governance, as we saw in the case of the DAO or DAO. Distributed applications run across a network of devices, forming open network enterprises for creating value. We also learned about 7 types of business models. First was the blockchain cooperative, like a blockchain-based Airbnb or Uber, where people pool their resources and share all of the value created. Second was for intellectual property management, where startups like Verisat help creators manage their copyrights, trademarks, and patents on the blockchain. Third was peer production, blockchain-based versions of platforms like Linux or Reddit, except everyone is rewarded for the value they create and docked for bad behavior. Fourth was micro-metering, where people can rent out their Wi-Fi hotspot, excess electricity, computer processing power, and other assets when they're not in use. Fifth was the platform building, creating open source platforms for others to use and to build upon. Six was the making of things on the blockchain, coordinating capital, talent, and assets to manufacture goods and deliver services from design right through to final usage. And last was enterprise collaboration, where we can expect the rise of new collaborative platforms for use within and between enterprises. These sets of applications and tools will be very different from those of today because they'll be based on an employee-owned sovereign identity empowered by blockchain. Blockchain technology distributes ownership, supporting new forms of collaboration, and free of centralized control. So if you've got questions, please post them on the discussion forum. And for a review of these topics, please read Chapter 5 of our book, Blockchain Revolution. On behalf of my co-author, Alex Tapscott, and our academic partner, INSEAD, thank you for joining us.
Business leaders and those who study them have shaped the practice of management over the last 200 years of capitalism. The main theories and behaviors of managers have worked well in building corporations, all pretty much hierarchical, with power and wealth concentrated at the top. Blockchain pioneers like Joe Lubin of Consensus are putting those theories and practices to the test. In earlier modules, we looked at how blockchain will disrupt the nature of the enterprise, not just how they'll raise funds or access credit, but how they'll create value, how they'll manage talent, and how they'll handle other resources. Algorithms could replace management altogether in many use cases. We looked at how blockchain is changing the anatomy and physiology of the enterprise. And in this module, we'll look at changes to executive functions, starting with the top, the head office, the big cheese, the chief executive officer. Dr. Irving Wolodowski-Berger is a visiting lecturer at MIT's Sloan School of Management. He said, navigating the balance between the hype and the promise of blockchain is a key responsibility of a company's senior management team. So what should the C-suite prepare for? Wolodowski-Berger said, executives must decide whether their companies should adopt blockchain early and start experimenting now, or wait until the technology matures and risk lagging behind more aggressive competitors. This module is designed to help you understand how senior management can balance the hype and the hope and make key decisions about blockchain for their enterprise. We'll walk you through operations, legal, finance and accounting, sales and marketing, IT, and human resources. You're welcome to explore as many of these roles as you'd like. However, for your graded assessments, only your top 3 scores will count towards your final grade. If you've got questions or comments, please post them to the discussion forum. For a preview of this topic, see the new preface to the paperback edition of Blockchain Revolution.
In this video, we'll explain how chief executive officers can lead the blockchain revolution in their company. Here's a pro tip. The tone starts at the top. If a CEO embraces blockchain, then so will the company and its customers. CEOs set the corporate culture through their own behavior, whether they intend to or not. And business strategy isn't just about proving your company gets the blockchain. It's about associating your brand with the future. And effective CEOs will find the best forms of communication and use simple terms. This means telling and retelling your blockchain stories across a variety of communication channels, not just staff meetings, but press interviews, industry conferences, analyst calls, corporate blogs, and lots of client engagements. Maybe write a position paper on it. For ideas, take a look at Scott Nelson's white papers. He's the CEO and founder of SweetBridge. Now that's a blockchain startup, but still, This is an example of leadership coming through thought leadership. Will blockchain have a profound long-term impact like the internet on companies, industries, and economies? Well, we think so, but it's too early to tell how big the impact will be and how long it will take. One thing for sure is that just as with the early internet, the graveyard of corporations will be strewn with the bodies of those who didn't understand that a new paradigm was emerging. Is your CEO going to be like one of the leaders of the early internet period that transformed a number of companies, or more like the leaders of, say, Kodak or Barnes & Noble or Nortel or Sears? There's a division that's taking place here, and it all comes down to leadership. The key responsibility of a company's senior management team is also balancing the hype and the promise of this technology. Nothing is ever really black and white, and revolutionary change comes with challenges. We often forget change is difficult, even painful for some people. Without thoughtful messaging, lots of well-intentioned leaders can fall into the Wild West mentality. CEOs need to be careful about sending unproductive messages like the rules don't apply to us, or it's all about the number of token holders, not revenues, or this kind of, crazy stuff. Codes of conduct in a civil society still apply too, even if your company undergoes structural change. Now, there are 3 ways that a CEO can lead the team and set the proper tone. First is acknowledging market readiness and good financial results. Cash flow, profits still matter. What's considered a win in a lab doesn't always translate into market success. Of course, markets and customers matter. Famous management theorist and scientist Peter Drucker once said that the purpose of a business is to create a customer, and he's right. But it's not just about customers. CEOs are also asking employees to move into unknown territory. They don't know what will happen to their jobs or what skills they may need in this new environment. But that said, your company needs to get on the learning curve. That means watching blockchain pilots closely, taking part in proof of concepts, and designing your own. A second strategy is effective marketing and communications. We talked about marketing to external audiences, customers, investors, educators, the press. But blockchain leaders also need to communicate to internal audiences. Employees may believe what they read in newspapers, magazine articles, or other independent sources, some more so than what's communicated internally. And there's a lot of, how should we put this, inaccurate information out there. Remember, employees are entering unknown territory. They don't understand new initiatives, and they may struggle to support them. So managers need to pay great attention to internal messages, training, and also to incentives, because people do what they're compensated to do. They must align for people to get the overall strategy, their own role, and the role of their unit in helping it succeed. And that's critical from the get-go. Finally, we need to avoid setting unrealistic expectations. As the saying goes, there's a fine line between vision and hallucination. And most blockchain initiatives are in the alpha or beta stage. It's too early to make really broad assumptions about their effects. Sure, talk about the potential, but let's not assume certain things. And CEOs need to learn from their own pilots and memberships in consortia or in organizations like the Blockchain Research Institute. CEOs need to track how the technology is unfolding and how their business will be affected. This future evolves so quickly. Incumbents of the old paradigm don't always see it coming, and leaders of the old are often the last to embrace the new. vested interests fight against change. That's why communication and vigilance are crucial for leaders in the days ahead.
In this video, we'll look at the role of the Chief Operating Officer, or COO, and how COOs will oversee the supply chain revolution. Blockchain technology is poised to transform the economy and how we exchange value. It could alter the global flow of assets of all kinds, both tangible and intangible. Global supply chains manage most of our global trade. There's an estimated value of $50 trillion that goes through them. Blockchain offers us a record volume of data. It could help us study large-scale economic systems like never before. Why? Because every asset has a supply chain. Global supply chains are ripe for disruptions at every level and in every role. Blockchain startups like Sweetbridge and pharmaceutical giants like Merck are preparing their stakeholders for a decentralized future. COOs get perhaps the best glimpse of this transformation. They oversee the movement of all these assets that go through their company. They could help reinvent global commerce as we know it. So how are organizations, big and small, applying blockchain? Let's take a look at 6 industries and their approaches. The first is manufacturing. Foxconn Technology Group is one of the largest technology manufacturers in the world and is part of one of the biggest and most complicated supply chains. It's testing advanced cryptographic techniques and decentralized networks. Foxconn's goal is to solve its integration problems and transform its operations. It's using blockchain as a trustable platform for building relationships among partners, suppliers, and customers who may not otherwise trust each other. The second industry is mining, and here we're going to focus specifically on diamonds. Diamonds may be created under pressure, but for industry leaders and consumers, the less stress, the better. The blockchain startup Everledger is taking on supply chain problems like fraud and property rights and provenance in the diamond industry. Buyers will be confident that the stones they've purchased are legitimate. Stolen diamonds can be traced back to the rightful owners. The third industry is agriculture. Blockchain can reduce health hazards and screen out bad actors in the global food chain. It helps track the quality of crops and soil, and it also helps reduce waste and increase local yields. It can even match excess yields with those in need of food. The fourth industry is retail. Walmart is one of the largest companies in the United States and the largest grocer in North America. It worked with IBM to pilot a blockchain solution for food safety. The results were positive. It increased efficiency, it reduced impact on cargo, and checked the conditions of transport and storage of foodstuffs. The fifth area is border control and customs. COOs face issues like lengthy delays at ports and border crossings, delays due to piles of paperwork and changing rules and regulations. Blockchain technology can help track money, goods, and people as they pass through customs, verify their identity, and automate paperwork. Imagine the costs and time savings. The final industry is aerospace. Moog is a global designer, manufacturer, and integrator of motion control systems. Its clients could face catastrophe if its supply chain falls apart. Moog deployed blockchain to secure the transfer and use of 3D printing design files so they couldn't be tampered with and would print exactly the number of parts paid for in remote locations. The global supply chain will be more adaptable and responsive to demand and crisis if it runs on the blockchain. COOs are grappling with a number of emerging technologies, not just blockchain and distributed ledgers, but artificial intelligence, machine learning, and the Internet of Things. Combined, these may automate more of operations, procurement and purchasing, transportation and logistics, as well as trade finance and even insurance. There are ideas and opportunities here for every COO. Discuss them with your C-suite peers, your customers, and your suppliers. Decide how best to take part in the blockchain revolution. In this video, we'll look at the role of the Chief Legal Officer in a world of smart contracts where code is law. Economist Ronald Coase and his successors argued that a corporation was a vehicle for creating long-term contracts when short-term contracts were too much effort to negotiate and enforce. Blockchain aids the contracting process, whether short or long-term. Smart contracts can automate terms. They can refer to data fields elsewhere online, known as oracles, such as a party's account balance or a change in a commodity price. They can trigger alerts and automate payments. Smart contracts are self-enforcing, and so corporations will not want to enter them lightly. Chief counsel and corporate lawyers will need to learn how to audit legal templates and make sure the contract software supports what its parties intended it to do. The watch phrase is, don't roll your own crypto. What does that mean? Well, basically it means don't create some new cryptographic means of securing your smart contracts without at least publishing it for peer review and outside testing. That's apparently what IOTA did. IOTA is a blockchain protocol developed on the concept of a tangle, also known as a directed acyclic graph. It was developed to turbocharge the Internet of Things. IOTA's team named its hash function curl. IOTA kept its new curl hash function to itself. Experts found security problems with curl, and they also found that IOTA's response to their findings kind of worrisome. IOTA went ahead with its launch. The two lessons here are simple for lawyers developing smart contracts. 1, stick with well-tested methods for creating and running smart contracts. Keep it simple. And 2, make sure you have someone on staff who can audit the code of a smart contract template or the code of a distributed app behind an ICO or other crypto asset. Lawyers also need to stay on top of cases involving blockchain. Those include smart contracts, initial coin offerings, and patent filings and across jurisdictions. Keeping up will be a challenge for lawyers practicing in heavily regulated areas like healthcare, financial markets, and pharmaceuticals. General counsels will want to understand the patent strategies in the space. Tom Isaacson is a lawyer and shareholder of Pulsinelli. He summed up what blockchain innovators are doing. They're filing patent applications to do 3 things. 1, to profit from their invention. 2, to prevent others from using their invention. And 3, to make an invention available to collaborators through patent pools or through open source. Isaacson said the bar is high for receiving a grant. He said a blockchain patent application must meet 3 criteria. 1, it must be eligible, and that's not always clear. 2, it must be truly novel. The courts don't favor patents codifying existing business practices and software. And 3, the design must be non-obvious. The question of obviousness is rich and deep, he says. The more narrow and focused the claims, the better the chances of getting claims allowed. To borrow a quote from Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. Blockchain technology gives lawyers lots of benefits, but there are risks that could be significant. Chief counsel and their legal teams must be on top of the cases and on top of pending regulations. In this video, we'll explore corporate accounting and finance through the eyes of the Chief Financial Officer, or CFO. In Blockchain Revolution, Don Tapscott and I looked closely at how blockchain would affect what we called the world's second oldest profession, financial services. We saw the unstoppable force of blockchain on a collision course with what seemed like an immovable object, the financial services industry, and we expected fireworks. Financial services grease the wheels of the global economy. The industry moves trillions of dollars a day and serves billions of people. Their leaders have even been dubbed masters of the universe, albeit with tongue firmly in cheek. CFOs balance the internal markets of corporations with the external markets of finance. They must understand the profound changes in store. The financial services industry needs a major upgrade. Sleek user interfaces act as digital wallpaper for old technologies, processes, and systems. We've looked at the basic 8 functions the industry provides. In no particular order, the industry enforces anti-money laundering and know your customer regulations. It verifies identity and account balances. It facilitates payments, savings, loans, asset exchanges, investment, insurance, risk management, and accounting. Blockchain, it turns out, is transforming all of these. So let's start with accounting. For centuries, we've used a system of double-entry bookkeeping, where for every transaction you record a debit and a credit. And in the end, the books must balance, which is why we call it a balance sheet. Blockchain is now giving rise to an alternative, triple entry bookkeeping. You may remember we discussed the idea of triple entry accounting. The idea was circulated first by cryptographer Ian Grigg before the release of the Bitcoin blockchain. Grigg argued a cryptographically sealed record of transactions was the same as a third entry extending double entry systems. The idea translated into a shared receipt on the blockchain. Others have said a digitally signed and shared receipt isn't really a departure from double entry bookkeeping, but the concept I think is still useful. It underscores our ability to write transactions to a blockchain in real time and between multiple parties. It results in a ledger showing the whole history of assets and the relationship among transactions. That's more than a credible audit trail. That's real-time status of all transactions relevant to us. Accounting is but one of dozens of essential building blocks at the CFO's disposal. Innovation needs to come from all areas of the enterprise, and this includes the CFO's office. And today's CFO is not the stereotypical green-shaded bean counter of the movies. The CFO is one of the main leaders inside the enterprise, and the finance role involves everything from cash flow and risk management to capital investing, corporate recruiting, and strategy. We've already discussed how policies and regulations attempt to balance the need for innovation with the need to protect stakeholders. The CFO can help explain how an organization could deploy blockchain in a novel but principled way. Welcome back. In this video, we'll look at the role of the Chief Marketing Officer, or CMO, and the new ways to engage customers through blockchain. Marketing was the first corporate function to be really transformed by digital technologies. Every CMO knows the 4 Ps of marketing: product, placement, price, and promotion. The 4 Ps were useful tools when producers could push their messages through the broadcast model of media. But that paradigm has now shifted. Consumers can share their views with each other through blogs, social media, and consumer reviews. Marketers can engage customers in all aspects of marketing and branding, from design and packaging to advertising, sales, and delivery. Now everything is about to drastically change again through blockchain. But this time, we should be prepared. Blockchain's biggest opportunities require a shift in marketing strategy. Profiling customers online by tracking their behavior and capturing all their data might soon be a thing of the past. Consumers in the future will own and control their own data through virtual black boxes set up on blockchains. Marketing and sales staff will need to learn how to query these black boxes. Some consumers may allow access to their data in exchange for freebies or some other goodies. Others may charge companies a fee to license their data. The quality of results should increase, whatever the incentive. Companies will find their target audiences with greater precision. Smart contracts can improve the performance of search engine optimization and price negotiation. Advertisers will know exactly which elements of their ad budgets delivered results and what it comes to get a customer's attention. We're headed towards a pay-for-attention model with blockchain-based identity systems. Jeremy Epstein is CEO of Never Stop Marketing and an expert on blockchain and marketing. He introduced us to Brave software and explained its approach. Brave launched the Basic Attention Token, or BAT, and a free web browser blocking ads and cookies. Brave's token mechanism lets advertisers pay end users directly for their attention to ads. No more will 73% of all your ad dollars go to Facebook and Google. Retailers and manufacturers could also cut the cost of collecting and protecting consumer data. How do blockchain technologies shape the CMOs of the future? Jeremy Epstein pointed out 6 possibilities. First, a CMO will be asked to demonstrate a return on marketing investment. That means increasing the number of revenue-generating prospects and improving the value of marketing spend. CMOs can start by cutting out middlemen like Facebook and Google. Second, disrupting advertising will yield new insights and challenges. The good news is that CMOs will know the effects of their ads and their marketing efforts. Bad news is that consumer attention will come with a price tag. The digital marketing team should learn how to work with blockchain protocols like Papyrus or MetaX. Third, smart contracts will clearly show what CMOs are doing to up the return on every marketing dollar. CMOs will need to understand pay for performance, pay for attention, and metering or pay per usage models. They'll also need to learn about distributed apps for pricing and creating new revenue streams. Fourth, more innovative and easier to understand loyalty programs will emerge. The future loyalty program will give customers flexibility. Marketers will measure and manage customer engagement on blockchains. No more focus on likes or retweets. Measures like Net Promoter Score will reign supreme. And this will allow marketers to assess the emotional commitment that customers have for their brand. And loyalty points will become more valuable, tradable assets that you can redeem for money or goods and services on other platforms. Fifth, the marketing organization will flatten from a hierarchy to a network. It'll have the better ability to assess an individual's impact across the ecosystem. Who's creating value? Who's improving brand and reputation experiences? Who's bringing in more community members? CMOs will be able to find and reward these high-value participants. Sixth, brands will no longer make claims, at least not claims they can't support. They'll be able to provide proofs. CMOs will need their brand managers to deliver verifiable trust through blockchain-based proofs, transparent for all to see. Brands will also require 4 components. 1, an inspiring mission. It must be community first, concrete, and as bold as a man on the moon by the end of this decade. 2, is evidence of how the brand makes the world a different and better place. 3, is a plan to engage people to meet their emotional, psychological, and financial needs. 4, is a great user experience, including real utility and customer privacy. Overall, blockchain enables companies to cut intermediary fees and institutional bias. CMOs can finally go straight to the customer and gain actionable insights at scale. That experience will allow for better marketing and also a better experience for customers. Welcome back. In this video, we'll look at the impact of blockchain technology on the job of the Chief Information Officer and the Chief Technology Officer, the CIO and the CTO, respectively. The job is a tough one. It involves securing the enterprise against cyber attacks and systems failure while transforming IT architecture for the 4th Industrial Revolution. Quite a task. And the 4th Industrial Revolution is here. We're in it. It involves artificial intelligence, machine learning, advanced robotics, smart buildings, autonomous fleets, the Internet of Things, additive manufacturing, energy microgrids, and even biotechnology. We see blockchain as a coordinating mechanism for all of these emerging technologies. It will support reliable search, verification of device IDs and accounts, execution of distributed apps and smart contracts, micropayment systems, and exchanges of tokenized assets. CIOs and CTOs will have to go beyond implementing enterprise business strategy. They'll need to do so using or recommending a range of technologies. So there are 4 key ways to do this. First, CIOs and CTOs must effectively communicate their bold visions of the future. Their peers in the C-suite will need help understanding these evolving technologies and their impact on enterprise strategy. CIOs and CTOs can move them to action with compelling examples, relevant use cases, and proposals for exciting projects. Second, they will need to orchestrate innovation across the enterprise. Blockchain technology will affect external processes and enterprise architecture. Moving business logic and business processes out of enterprise silos and onto shared blockchains will help to coordinate internal initiatives with industry efforts, such as the Hyperledger project or the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance. Third, they must cultivate the necessary skills, talent, and relationships in-house or in the network. There is already a shortage of accomplished blockchain developers who understand smart contracts and blockchain integration. Attending blockchain meetups and participating in consortia can help to build these key connections. Fourth, CIOs and CTOs should keep an eye on quantum computing. Google has already built a 72-qubit processor. Qubits are quantum bits, rather than conventional ones. Quantum processors can solve extremely difficult math problems really, really fast. And this could potentially shatter public key cryptography and weaken symmetric key cryptography. It could undermine the cybersecurity, now protecting your enterprise infrastructure and systems. Some blockchains are technically quantum resistant, but it would be foolish to assume that any system is completely unhackable. Users don't always protect their private keys. Developers make trade-offs between security and scalability at the implementation layer. CIOs and CTOs should audit their systems. Which data are vulnerable because of encryption? What is the threat level and the timing? It makes no sense to deploy a blockchain that's not quantum resistant, if not quantum proof, for managing your most valuable assets. Now, experts say there's a 1 in 7 chance a quantum computer will be commercially available by 2026, and that's less than a decade away. By 2031, the odds become 1 in 2. CIOs and CTOs who take these actions will be preparing their enterprise architecture for the fourth industrial age. For more detail about the CIO and enterprise technology architecture, check out the new preface to the paperback edition of Blockchain Revolution, as well as the work of Blockchain Research Institute author Oliver Bussman. In this video, we'll describe how the Chief Human Resources Officer, or CHRO, can manage talent in a distributed economy. The CHRO has great potential to be a pioneer with blockchain. Human resources, or HR, is a strategic asset rather than a cost center when treated properly. Its leaders must be open to and willing to experiment with new technologies such as blockchain for managing talent. Signing up experts in this field is a valuable long-term investment. The growing challenge lies in working outside of traditional organizational boundaries. The trend now is moving more towards temporary workers and independent contractors. Organizations, especially the HR professionals in them, must think more in terms of tasks needing to be done rather than positions that needing to be filled. Among HR's most immediate concerns is diversity. Like many technology-driven businesses, the blockchain revolution is overpopulated with men, though lots of the best technical minds in the industry are in fact women. Women hold only 25% of all computing jobs more generally, and people of color are also unrepresented by 16 to 18% based on estimates. This is an unhealthy disparity that CHROs have the power to remedy. Now, our friend Pindar Wong likes to cite cybernetics' first principle, Ashby's law of requisite variety. He says that we need a variety of viewpoints, be they male, female, gay, straight, old, young, whatever. Not enough diversity can lead to problem-solving deadlock. And innovation relies on a wide variety of views to conceive of every possible error, to test it, and to solve it. A wide variety of views give every issue to be solved equal treatment. Assembling and dispersing a diversity of talent can be far more effective and profitable than the traditional hiring and retaining model. HR professionals can learn how to leverage blockchain in 4 ways: finding the right people, negotiating their contracts, implementing the terms, and coordinating their contributions. The blockchain transformation of the HR function is expected to occur in 3 waves. The first wave will resolve fundamental issues with recruitment. HR professionals will use blockchain to query candidates' black boxes of data, confirm their identity, and verify their credentials. HR will no longer have to worry about puffed up, distorted, or inaccurate resumes. Candidates will be held accountable for their experience and skills. Payment can also occur in nearly real time for output or time worked, for staff or for contract workers. The second wave will provide benefits in the broader talent ecosystem. It will also reduce the number of full-time employment contracts. Smart contracts will be key here in measuring the strategic importance of tasks and deciding whether they can be outsourced. And this brings us to the third wave. The technology allows for the sourcing and execution of work projects. CHROs will restructure contractual relationships. They'll bring in workers and services separately as needed. Andy Spence is the founder of Glass Bead Consulting, an HR advisory firm. He suggests CHROs look for talent with portfolio careers and verified career profiles. Look for people earning digital credentials, also known as open badges. These are the resilient ones, the lifelong learners. They will see the arc of potential in blockchain, smart contracts, artificial intelligence, robotics, and the Internet of Things. HR professionals will need to reimagine their function and transform with the technology. Some jobs may be eliminated. Some HR processes may be automated, and others will be managed by algorithms. Activities like payroll, corporate learning, training and development, recruiting, performance reviews, and benefits may be outsourced or cut out altogether. New jobs, though, will also be created, and these will require innovation to fill. CHROs should focus on finding platforms for self-organizing teams. These would need to quantify and predict team performance. CHROs also need to safeguard talent systems so they remain effective, fair, and inclusive.
So when it comes to the traditionally organized companies, I think it's useful, just as we took a couple of steps back and look at our societal way of organizing, to look also at the way companies as organizations are organized. And if you think about it, even the naming has a hangover from the army. So you have the chief executive officer, the keyword here, and then you have the chief officer. So the officer, why an officer? Kind of makes you wonder. So I think the way in which the entrepreneurs and the C-suite, which currently the organization is counting on to have this broader view and to understand where to steer the organization and so on, should embrace also this idea that organizations as the fundamental structure on top of which they are built might be subject to change and might be benefiting from some of these improvements. It doesn't have to be an overall, a makeover. It can go in steps, one at a time, but just starting to think along these lines and to explore how the business can integrate some of these things to increase efficiency, to increase transparency, to have all these things in place, also to be open to lateral growth is key. And the companies that will be able to make this step and the leaders that will be able to identify these opportunities will be the ones that will be the most successful.
I think large enterprises sometimes become their own captives. It's so important for leadership at large organizations. Everyone in the C-suite has to participate in not just the operational excellence that represents a company like ours, but in the what's next conversation. I call it up and out. So it's really important here at our company that we spend some time up and out thinking about what's next, thinking about innovations that are changing the world around us, thinking about disruptions that have the potential to change our business model. And so with something like blockchain, it was a pretty natural investment for us to make, to say, this seems interesting. This seems like a really important evolution, if not complete revolution, in the way custody works. And so when you're a business that's all about custody, it wasn't a huge leap for us to make some investments. But at the same time, we had to unencumber those teams. We couldn't put them in a little box and say, here's how far you go. We had to let them explore the world of blockchain as it was emerging. They had to get engaged in the forums and communities and the tweet deck and everything going on out there to understand how relevant this would be for us. It's in our DNA to embrace that kind of change, but I encourage all companies out there to stretch their own comfort zones and be willing to make some investments in things that may or may not come to fruition. So we don't know what will happen with blockchain ultimately, but it was definitely something that we didn't want to be on the sidelines for. So getting in the game is the number one piece of advice that I would give any company or team out there.
Congratulations on completing this module on the C-suite. You're one step closer to understanding the impact of blockchain on the enterprise. Let's review. You've learned CEOs set the tone at the top. They need to embrace blockchain by focusing on market readiness, effective marketing strategies, and avoiding unrealistic expectations. If they get on board, employees and customers will also get on board. You've learned that COOs oversee the movement of assets through global supply chains. They can use blockchain in procurement, manufacturing, and retail to adapt and respond to demands and crises. You've learned how corporate counsel needs staff who can code or audit smart contracts. They also need to stay on top of lawsuits and regulatory actions involving blockchain technology, crypto assets, and patents. You've learned how CFOs have more tools for managing their short-term capital and long-term investments. They can tokenize the company's physical assets and maybe even create all new types of crypto assets. They can also apply triple entry accounting and issue financial statements with the press of a button. You've learned how CMOs will be shifting their companies toward a pay-for-attention model. They'll be able to show a clear return on marketing investment with greater confidence in the integrity and accuracy of consumer data. You've learned that CIOs and CTOs need to be communicating their bold visions, coordinating innovation across the enterprise, and cultivating blockchain talent. They also need to keep an eye on threats like quantum computing. And you've learned how CHROs can pioneer blockchain HR applications by promoting diverse views and reimagining their own job functions. For more on these topics, see the new preface to the paperback edition of Blockchain Revolution. If you have any questions, please check out the discussion forum. On behalf of my collaborator, Don Tapscott, and our academic partner, INSEAD, thank you for joining us.
This module is about leadership for this second era of the internet. It's an era that's changed by blockchain technologies. Blockchain alone is a tool. It's humans that build value, creating businesses and solve social problems. Technology doesn't do that. Humans need to lead for this technology to fulfill its long-term promise. Blockchains must be self-governed through collaborations of civil society, the private sector, governments, and stakeholders in non-state networks, or networks that are not controlled by nation states. State-based institutions can't lead through regulations alone. By the end of this module, you'll be able to explain the difference between regulation and government on the one hand and governance on the other. Blockchain expertise lies with developers and users, not with government bureaucrats and regulatory bodies. So we need to educate the full field of stakeholders, from governments to individuals, on the scope of this disruption and about the blockchain's ability to unleash capability across different sectors. So we're going to check out some of the key issues, the trade-offs, and the scenarios related to blockchain and regulation. Some current regulations apply to blockchain use, lots more don't, and there's no framework in place to fill the gap. But you'll also learn about how the regulation of the Internet of Information, was governed, and you'll get insights into how we might regulate and govern blockchain on a global scale. You'll be able to identify different layers of the blockchain technology stack that need governance, and you'll understand how these layers affect the whole challenge of stewarding this resource. We'll discuss the idea of blockchain governance networks. This is a term that we've developed, and how they can support blockchain leadership and stewardship at three levels. One is the platform level, where you find cryptocurrencies and other digital assets like Bitcoin. At the application level, that's where you'll find standards that need to be coordinated for the development of apps that actually change businesses and events in the real world. And at the ecosystem level, we'll see leaders shape the future of the technology overall. In all, you're going to learn what conditions are necessary for a blockchain-based hub of innovation in a given country to succeed, and that's really important. For a preview of the leadership that we need, check out the new preface to the paperback edition of our book, Blockchain Revolution, as well as Chapter 11. If you've got questions or comments, please check out the discussion forum. In this video, we'll call on the work of Blockchain Research Institute contributor Joel Telpner. He's chair of the FinTech and Blockchain practice at the law firm Sullivan and Worcester. We look at attempts to regulate the internet previously and also financial markets and what they can teach us about blockchain regulation. And the internet is a good comparison with blockchain, another disruptive and global technology. And finance, of course, is tied to blockchain by cryptocurrency applications like Bitcoin and Ethereum, and overall the digitization of financial assets, which is underway. It's still no simple task to regulate the internet. It sits at the intersection of computing and communications, and it's global. Some of the early internet pioneers insisted the internet couldn't be regulated because of its openness and its international and global reach. A more mainstream group of users agreed the internet was free from state regulation, but they recognized the value of self-regulation. Lots of blockchain users now repeat these arguments almost word for word. It's safe to assume that blockchain industry folks, like early internet developers, have more expertise than most regulators do on the subject. And we can learn from the internet's development in areas like technical standard setting. In reality, the internet didn't develop in a fully regulation-free zone. Its public adoption was marked by massive copyright infringement, so much so international treaties were signed to get a handle on the industry-shaking problem of piracy. And the Internet of Information really broke our whole intellectual property regime because it was a platform for publishing information. We didn't have a platform for communicating assets, so we ended up publishing assets, and that was a big problem. So there were treaties, along with some heavy-handed domestic regulations to implement them, and they show us that the mainstream reaction is too little self-regulation. The debate over net neutrality is a good example. Net neutrality means broadband providers should allow equal access to all content and applications. Supporters say it would lead to better information, freedom of speech, prevent cost, discrimination, encourage innovation, competition, and investment in infrastructure. And it would also make the full internet more accessible to everyone. Opponents argue that a neutral network would actually decrease innovation and investment. So the United States implemented a net neutrality policy under the Obama administration. The current administration has since reversed the policy. Regulators should watch what happens next and distill the lessons relevant to blockchain technologies and applications. And we'll eventually find out which approach actually protects the public and promotes innovation. So blockchain, the second era of the internet, is also fundamentally different from the first era. The first era enabled people and organizations to communicate, copy, and manage information. The second era deals much more with very fundamental things, assets like money, securities, intellectual property, our identities, cultural assets like music or votes, all of which there is a stronger public interest. In these areas, societies expect governments and regulators to get involved and to protect their interests and to ensure that there's no criminal behavior and to create stable, open, and well-functioning marketplaces. So the old view, hands off the internet, doesn't apply the same way to hands off blockchain because it's dealing with assets at the core of our economy. We can look to finance when asking whether complex problems call for complex regulation. Some 9.3 million American families lost their homes in the Great Mortgage Meltdown of 2008. The Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act, Dodd-Frank, of 2010, was the answer to this crisis. But that regulation is thousands of pages long. It contains hundreds of provisions requiring U.S. regulators to make and roll out new rules and conduct dozens of studies. The big financial services institutions have spent billions of dollars to comply with these new rules. Community banks and credit unions who don't have those kinds of resources have struggled. The cost of complying with the new rules has hit them hard. Over half of those people polled on Dodd-Frank's impact agreed financial services regulation had little effect or destabilized markets even more. Regulators need to pause and to learn from the unintended consequences of their overreaction to a crisis or to some new innovation. European Parliamentary Research Services issued this caution. They said legal systems may not be able to assert any control over the borderless, decentralized activities taking place on distributed ledgers. Geographically defined legal systems don't usually prosecute crimes beyond their borders. And in a sense, national regulation is the wrong size for this global technology and global economy. So blockchain will test the resolve of local officials who try to assert their separate and sometimes opposing interests. Blockchain community needs to push governments before it's too late. They need to push for adoption of a set of global blockchain rights, guiding government's approach to regulation. And these rights should address, at minimum, things like unrestricted access to blockchain applications as appropriate, unless those applications violate our overall social contract. They should also address the balance between your right to distribute and to access information and your right to privacy and to protect your data. They should also address the legitimate need for governments to restrict the flow of information, provided that it's infrequent and the reasons are transparent. The enforcements of contractual rights must also be enshrined because international commerce depends on such confidence. And these rights must also keep in mind civil society's wide-ranging variety of standards for measuring tortious, libelous, and defamatory acts. Blockchain applications will continue to push the limits on how to deal with such varied perspectives. We mustn't use distributed ledger technology to disregard society's behavioral norms, nor should regulators disregard our core values. As with the internet, there are different approaches to the level of regulation around blockchain development and growth. As for major brands and institutions, well, they're at work developing blockchain applications to fit their existing products. They're creating apps to handle all kinds of transactions more cheaply and securely. Their large global footprints can withstand the costs of regulatory compliance across multiple jurisdictions, and they have the experience and resources to deal with competing regulatory demands. these dynamics don't apply to startups, especially in this space. Small companies usually lack the resources to create the needed policies and procedures across jurisdictions. And sometimes regulators don't even have startups on their radar and make no regulatory efforts to monitor them. It's clear that there's no single regulatory model we can apply to both powerful incumbents wading into blockchain and to the smaller development groups and startups. To complicate things, such startups and entrepreneurs aim to disrupt how we do business. Their new blockchain applications will eventually displace or could destroy current players in market after market. Think about what Amazon did to the traditional, not just book industry, but to the retail industry. And some of these businesses hope to bring millions of people into the global economy, especially in developing markets, with financial products offered on blockchain. They work outside traditional banking channels, outside the reach of current regulations and oversight. And a patchwork of regulators won't cut it. Won't cut it to govern a blockchain-based market driven by small, diverse players. And a key challenge for regulators is to protect the public interest, but not to crush innovation, because this technology is at the heart of building a whole new innovation economy. Distributed ledgers have already changed how we do transactions, and it usually cuts the cost of intermediaries like exchanges and clearing agents. The applications and methods coming from these technologies may have significant unexpected effects on operations and enforcement, even when unrelated to existing regulations. So policymakers need to rethink how they regulate certain activities. Overall, we'll be well served if regulators understand blockchain, adopt principles tailored to distributed ledger technology, and then implement them in an open, clear, and consistent way.
What are you seeing in terms of the openness of governments and regulators to blockchain solutions?
Various regulators and governments have taken different approaches to blockchain. Some have been more open and willing to learn. Others have taken a more conservative approach and not wanted to engage or actually shut down activities. I think, like financial services before blockchain, the governments which are going to benefit most from the technology will encourage it and see those GDP benefits from technological innovation and more of the world's global economy running through technology which is in their jurisdiction, right? So some of the jurisdictions which have already benefited from blockchain have been Switzerland and some of the smaller island nations who have faster moving legislative processes and wider open arms. I think of the larger governments like the US and the UK and the rest of the EU, they are now more welcoming to the technology after a lot of research that they've put in. And for example, the SEC has taken some positive stances on this technology. I expect that to continue.
In this video, we'll call on the work of Blockchain Research Institute contributor Joel Telpner. He's chair of the FinTech and Blockchain practice at the law firm Sullivan and Worcester. We'll identify the most relevant legal and regulatory questions to ask and develop a framework for blockchain regulation. When regulators face an industry in a state of high uncertainty, they have three possible responses. They can make new laws, they can just observe, or they can periodically issue reports, guidance, and even threats. The situation may call for some combination of these responses. And to determine which approach is best, we need to start with the process of informed questioning. Intervention to protect human life, of course, is always a top priority, but otherwise regulators should ask some basic questions about blockchain before they set new regulations and apply existing regulations to something that's very new. The most basic questions, whether the blockchain or the various activities that are growing using this technology, should be self-regulated, government regulated, or unregulated. Historically, regulation works best when there's a balanced combination of all three approaches. And despite the view of blockchain anarchists, the internet taught us that the lack of physical boundaries doesn't put technology beyond a regulator's reach. A critical question is this: does this technology raise unique legal issues? If blockchain technology lets us chase and reach our current objectives in new ways, we may need to consider how we regulate those pursuits. Significant tech advancement can alter how laws and regulations function, even when the changes have nothing to do with the affected laws and regulations themselves. Acknowledging this type of impact is a start. Whether the impact raises truly novel legal issues is a separate question. Another question is, what exactly are we trying to regulate? Any discussion must cover the whole blockchain ecosystem, of which Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies are just a part. It needs to separate regulation of the ecosystem itself from regulation of distributed applications that run on these platforms. There are different concerns and stakeholders at each level. Regulatory efforts must incorporate such differences if they're going to succeed. Cryptocurrencies don't meet the strict definition of legal tender, in our view. They aren't backed by the full faith and credit of any government. They don't qualify as a fiat currency, electronic money, or as a payment instrument. The Financial Action Task Force, an intergovernmental body established in 1989, and it defined a virtual currency as a digital representation of value. It can be digitally traded and functions as a medium of exchange and/or a unit of account and/or a store of value, unquote. And that's right. If cryptocurrencies function that way in practice, should they be regulated as money, or at least in a similar way? Well, in the United States, Bitcoin and its peers are considered commodities under the U.S. Commodities Exchange Act. Lots of ICOs release tokens with features falling outside the definition of a virtual currency. These tokens function more like membership interests or frequent flyer miles or bits of software that represent some functionality. But those things are usually subject to transfer restrictions, while blockchain tokens typically aren't. So it's not a simple one-to-one. Alternative tokens that trade on prices based on the perceived value of their platforms and projects sound like a security to some. In this context, purchasing an alternative blockchain token is less like a currency investment and more like an equity investment. So the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, the SEC, thinks they're securities and should be regulated by securities rules. Regulators can decide if current laws do or should apply to blockchain technologies as they assess whether an application is a new medium or a new activity. The problem is regulators don't usually work together to determine when a cryptocurrency is subject to one set of regulatory requirements or another. Just because policymakers can make existing laws work for blockchain applications doesn't mean they should. We may not be able to answer this question without observing the new technology in action over time, and it may be necessary to apply existing laws in the meantime because blockchain evolves in rapid and unexpected ways. Consider the gray area between currency, commodity, and security. Just because something's called a cryptocurrency or described as a token doesn't automatically mean that it's not a security, or it is. 4 factors called the Howey test define an investment contract or security as, quote, an investment of money in a common enterprise with an expectation of profits to be derived solely from the efforts of others, unquote. The focus should be on economic reality, substance over form. Cryptocurrencies and tokens are unique despite the Security and Exchange Commission's view. They act like a currency, a commodity, a security, or some combination of the 3, depending on their characteristics, how they're being used, and who's using them at any point in time. So cryptocurrencies may represent a completely new way of raising capital. We can't always predict what happens when regulators apply existing regimes to new paradigms. And regulatory bodies shouldn't charge headfirst into blockchain without coordinating with other regulators who may have legitimate roles to play. Anytime officials propose new laws and regulations, they ought to conduct a rigorous cost-benefit analysis. And premature rulemaking can create confusion for emerging industries, particularly when poorly thought out rules result in multiple judicial challenges. So at the very least, informal processes may be the best approach, giving regulators time to conduct helpful cost-benefit analyses prior to new formal rules. Global consensus and coordination among regulators is also critical to address the question of whose law applies. And the only way to avoid unintended consequences is to understand the seamless nature of blockchain applications. Global commerce is no stranger to regulating goods and service disclosures, fraud, and canceled transactions. So moving to a blockchain ecosystem relying on smart contracts doesn't change that. Parties in smart contracts have the ability to elect a governing law and to submit voluntarily to a particular country's jurisdiction. The world has rich jurisprudence for dealing with these types of conflicts of law, and nobody can say with certainty what impact blockchain will have on this and overall on society. But regulators can develop scenarios and they can test assumptions. In this lesson, once again, we call on the work of Blockchain Research Institute contributor Joel Telpner. He's chair of the FinTech and Blockchain practice at the law firm Sullivan and Worcester. We look at some general principles to guide blockchain regulation development. And we must always identify the rationale for regulation as a starting point. Internet and finance innovations offer a guide because the rationales for these markets apply somewhat to blockchain too. We hope to improve data handling, agency, expertise, and coordination, and to fill regulatory gaps, also to incentivize stewardship of the ecosystem overall. Stewardship, what's beyond required by regulation. We also need to include the adaptability and flexibility required in our regulations and markets and make sure that diverse stakeholders are involved in the process. As long as we do it the right way to support, not to impede the developing market, we've rationale aplenty to develop clear and certain regulations. And so a guiding principle must be to pair regulations with the evolution of distributed ledger technology the best we can. Environments like the growing blockchain ecosystem, where facts are unclear and evolve, these are sometimes beyond the ability of regulators to understand and to manage. A wait-and-see approach may be the only feasible balance between premature action and acting too late to avert harm or to uproot bad practices. With technology evolving as unpredictably as blockchain, stiff regulations are obsolete as quickly as they're issued. Regulation development should track with the technology's development. And regulators can't afford to underestimate the speed, force, and the scope of this particular disruption. It's clear technological change happens faster than social change, and certainly faster than regulatory response. So we need to focus on buy-in and identify new ways to achieve existing goals. Blockchain-based solutions will grow in influence and result clearly in a radical economic shift and some big changes. And regulations based on certain approaches and old economy embedded costs will need to be reimagined. New technologies and methodologies may have significant and unexpected influence on how those regulations operate and are enforced. So policymakers must identify the actors and aspects of the old way of doing business. And one way to approach this is to focus on users, how they're helped or harmed by blockchain applications. We need to distinguish up front between regulation of the blockchain, regulation of applications running on distributed ledgers, and regulation of the ecosystem overall. Bitcoin's a perfect example. It has lots of different uses who touch lots of different users. So the chameleon-like characteristics of cryptocurrencies tell us that a one-size-fits-all regulatory approach doesn't work. Policymakers should always begin with the application, how it's used, who will use it, and so on, because applications will drive blockchain usage. And this approach should help regulators identify and analyze the social costs and benefits of blockchain applications. And as a policy matter, brokers and exchanges have a special responsibility to ensure the safety and soundness of securities markets. Some argue the best approach is the use of regulatory threats, the threat to enact laws or to impose new regulations if people don't behave. Regulatory threats take the form of warning letters, interpretations, and reports or speeches by the heads of regulatory bodies, private meetings with parties, and also enforcement. And combining a wait-and-see approach with the occasional regulatory threat may give regulators time to undertake the necessary research and analysis to learn about technologies, while stepping in as needed to protect the public in the case of clearly egregious acts. This approach also allows regulators to use some public policy, developing new forms and practices without locking in premature and inflexible rules. So selective regulatory threats can serve as pilot programs for eventual rulemaking. They can spark productive public debate. Those aren't possible when formal rulemaking processes are dominated by regulators, lawyers, and lobbyists. But the overall role of regulatory threats is likely to be limited. it still can't serve in the long term to allow regulators to do informally what they lack formal authority to undertake. Threats made without the proper authority are nothing more than abuses of power. A regulatory sandbox is a more benign testing ground for new business models not governed by current regulations. The UK Financial Regulatory Authority launched a regulatory sandbox in 2015 so firms could test products and services in a controlled environment. Sandboxes are being used in other jurisdictions, like the province of Ontario, organized by the Ontario Securities Commission. Testing in a sandbox, at least in theory, lets firms reduce time to market at lower costs. They can identify appropriate consumer protections and gain better access to finance. Distributed ledger technology was the most popular technology at the UK program's outset. Several firms used the sandbox to test run its deployment across sectors. Regulatory sandboxes aren't always appropriate and should be used carefully, but when conducted responsibly, they can be a helpful tool for observing how innovators might use highly disrupted and unpredictable technologies. Markets suffer when regulators don't attempt to coordinate and harmonize their efforts as well. They need to work with jurisdictions overlapping theirs within a nation state and also between countries. Regulators learned this lesson during the 2008 financial crisis. They collaborated afterward to reform derivatives markets on a global scale. We also see the effects of poor coordination among the Securities and Exchange Commission, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, and the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network on the treatment of ICO-issued tokens. Minimizing unintended consequences is a great aspirational goal, but it's easier said than done. At the very least, nascent technologies have a life of their own, something regulators must take into account. Regulatory attempts, if too heavy-handed, can push the technology and its users to explore unanticipated directions. Such force could even drive developers and users underground or outside of a country, or otherwise beyond regulatory reach in search of more favorable jurisdictions. This has happened in many countries where some of the best innovations and innovators and entrepreneurs have been forced to go to a more understanding jurisdiction to, say, raise money using an ICO. Now, this doesn't mean we should hold off trying to regulate new and unpredictable technologies like blockchain. But also regulators must acknowledge that often they just don't know whether a blockchain application will lead to an ultimately net positive or even negative outcome. Forecasting is difficult, and in some cases, it's impossible. So flexibility is key. We don't want to use a hammer to attack everything that needs to be done in this construction site. Social norms developing with distributed ledger technology become easier to identify as the ecosystem stabilizes. And over time, regulatory intervention becomes easier too, as we start to track the evolution and grow resistant to unforeseen forces. Once we have some predictability in the technology, it'll be easier to mesh regulations with a new framework for social norms.
What's the reaction been of regulators to your work on structured financial products?
So when we approached the UK's Financial Conduct Authority, we presented our case, our business, what we wanted to create to use blockchain technology to broaden access to structured products. And the response was positive because what we tested with the regulator was to demonstrate whether a blockchain technology can make these products cheaper, faster to exchange the assets and the money, and also make them more transparent. So the UK's regulator has a sandbox. So they're one of the most forward-looking regulators globally. So when we entered, we were successful to be accepted in the FCA regulatory sandbox, and we tested within their control environment blockchain technology by issuing the world's first structured product on a blockchain to be cleared, settled, and custodied. And at the same time, we issued a second structured product of the same economics, but using the traditional financial system. And the outcome of this experiment was that the structured product issued using blockchain technology was cheaper, was faster, and the regulator and the issuer and the investor had better visibility on their product. And from the regulator's perspective and from the financial services perspective, it also enhances compliance, because when you have a security which is tokenized, you can have visibility, real time. So the regulator has better visibility, the issuer has better visibility, and all the right counterparties on the chain of events. So the approach from the regulator was positive. We did this test in the beginning of last year, of 2018, which gave us very good visibility. And this also helped us, as follow-up, be accepted in two of the world's best fintech accelerators. We are also currently in the UK Investment Management Association accelerator, which is the UK industry body for asset management's first accelerator. Essentially, this gave us a very good boost in our very young startup.
In this video, we'll look at a very important issue that affects you directly. We'll look at how regulation differs from governance and which parties are responsible for which. And there's a role for you. Regulations are laws designed to control behavior. And governance, when it's done right, is really about stewardship, collaboration, and incentivizing work on common interests to achieve common goals. The limits of government in a time of accelerating innovation are revealed by important shifts. For example, the 2008 financial crisis showed how the speed and complexity of the global economic system make traditional centralized rulemaking and enforcement more and more ineffective. Stronger regulation alone isn't the antidote. Governments can't hope to oversee every corner of the economy, financial markets, developing technologies. There are just too many actors, too many innovation, too many products. But governments can at least force transparency and shed sunlight on behavior. They can also inspire change. Banks' online actions, for example, can be made more transparent, and citizens and other parties can be allowed to share their own data and observations. Citizens can also help enforce regulations by changing their buying behavior, or better armed with information by organizing public campaigns to name and shame offenders. For millennia, states have had a monopoly on money. They produce it, control it, grant it value based on various metrics. Now we can see how value can be created by individuals and groups working on a distributed global peer-to-peer network. And that value creation could include money. Value creation and control aren't exclusive to any central authority. So governments need to acknowledge that their governance role in the blockchain will fundamentally differ from historically monetary and financial roles. By temperament and institutional design, the United States not only tolerates but welcomes innovations pushing boundaries, and that's good. The internet's birth and development have shown us that. But the US also, at times, has stifled innovation through misguided and premature regulation. Experience proves governments should approach technology regulations cautiously and act as collaborators with other sectors in society rather than having the heavy hand of the law. We need a lighter touch on regulation. They need to participate as players in a bottom-up governance ecosystem, not as enforcers in a top-down regime only. It's too risky to lay down regulations before grasping their potential impact. Instead of just regulating, governments can improve industry behavior by increasing transparency and civic engagement as a complement to existing regulatory systems. Regulators, blockchain users, companies, society at large do need to understand where blockchain can take us and how we might use it for the common good. This is called a multi-stakeholder solution, and it starts with education. To begin, people who are knowledgeable can brief officials, regulators, and the media, answer questions, network them, get a conversation going with people with knowledge. Some specific actions can strike the right balance between regulation on the one hand and governance on the other, allowing blockchain technologies and applications to flourish. We've got to educate and help all stakeholders deal with what's called regulatory disruption. Disruptive innovations typically do challenge regulators. The faster technology evolves, or the greater the degree of disruption to business, to life, liberty, investing, and so on, the more challenging it is for regulators to understand what, if anything, needs to be regulated. New products, services, and practices coming from blockchain technology may fall within an agency's jurisdiction, but that doesn't mean the agency has a ready framework for this newcomer. So it's important to figure out whether these are unique actions or just new media of transaction. Avoid premature regulation. If existing regulations mostly work, then determine what the minimum required modifications are to close that gap. Legacy regulation isn't itself a reason to intervene or to not intervene. It is, though, part of the current framework policymakers have to think about, because changes to one policy will usually affect others. Interim measures like interpretive guidance and statements of best practices should be adopted, especially to help us learn and to monitor the results. It's also important to experiment and to test potential regulations. We should consider continuing ed, data collection, feedback loops, peer review projects, pilots, sandboxes, other ways of gathering stakeholder input. Market-based and private initiatives should also be encouraged. And we can measure the effect of regulatory initiatives by how well the proposed regulations strike a balance between maximize benefit and minimize risk. If feedback from this kind of experimentation doesn't support the proposed regulation's aim, then don't adopt it. Also, we need to pursue a national, but also a global coordination and consensus. Precedents in cross-border commerce, like international financial markets and property protection, can act as models for cross-border collaboration. There's opportunity in public-private partnerships to take advantage of existing or newly formed international trade groups and other multinational organizations. We should embrace the diverse personality of blockchain as an invitation for regulatory bodies to collaborate instead of fighting turf wars. If new regulations do turn out to be the way to go, think about these points. When to intervene, if at all. Waiting may or may not bring better information. Try to think about the possible drawbacks of waiting. Regulations can come in the form of a rule, an adjudication, guidance, etc. Weigh the costs and benefits of each configuration and figure out which best accommodates the uncertainties of the innovation in question. Regulator actions can be permanent, they can be temporary, or they can be conditional. Different innovations will call for different interventions with different durations. So the degree to which regulators sanction and weigh enforcement against the novel products and new ways of doing business that come from blockchain will vary by circumstance and level of disruption. So regulators should try their best to determine the unintended consequences of proposed regulation or lack thereof. To a large degree, this is impossible to do with any precision for disruptive technologies like blockchain, both because their very nature makes them unpredictable, but because they can react to thwart regulation. One way to consider the consequences of regulatory intervention is to think about what would happen if all actors followed it. Regulators should consider the global impact.
The European Parliament, as a first resolution, decided to be hands-off, which is fantastic. We don't want over-regulation, but we do want regulation on the financial part, because to use this technology, you need a token, and although it is not a cryptocurrency per se, it has that financial aspect, and therefore we would like to see more clarity in the regulation there, and that is a global issue. And in the energy sector, we want more regulatory sandboxes so that we can pilot these solutions, work on them. There are governments like the UK government and Ofgem that have done this already a year and a half ago. Others are lagging behind. We'd like for these more progressive regulators to take the lead and influence positive competition among regulators, but we have to talk to them for sure, so part of our time is to do that. And then there is this very interesting aspect of governance, because in essence what we're doing is replicating the market with this new technology. And then market rules, you have to make sure that you're compliant with different market rules. And I'm not only talking about data privacy and security, it's also just general competition rules. So I think that's coming next. And we will need to work with regulators to make sure that the market rules are replicating what is happening in the real physical world.
In this video, we'll call on the work of Blockchain Research Institute contributors, Primavera de Filippi and Greg McMullen. We'll look at a framework for analyzing the internet applications on which the blockchain is built. Blockchain applications ultimately operate on internet applications and protocols. Each new layer of the stack inherits the protocols and rules of the layer below, including the lower layers of governance. There are three main layers: the internet layer, the blockchain layer, and the application layer. We begin with the internet layer because blockchain networks cannot operate without an internet connection. Blockchains like Bitcoin and Ethereum rely on transmission control and internet protocols, also known as TCP/IP. These protocols route and transfer data packets between nodes on the internet. Blockchain systems may be censorship resistant, but they're not entirely censorship proof. Internet service providers, or ISPs, control the transportation layer of the internet. They can discriminate against packets going to or from these networks. Net neutrality is a foundational principle of the internet. It's the idea that all traffic on the network should receive equal priority. Information should be transmitted as it is received. It shouldn't matter who created it. This is critical for decentralized peer-to-peer networks like blockchains. These networks rely on users' unrestricted access to the network. Both the United States and the European Union had rules and laws protecting net neutrality. These rules safeguarded internet users from ISPs offering paid priority services, highlighting their own bundled services and downgrading competing content. These laws also encouraged innovation and competition in network services. In December 2017, the U.S. Federal Communications Commission, the FCC, repealed its net neutrality rules. This opened the door to increased interference at the internet level. Let's look at deep packet inspection. This allows governments and ISPs to restrict the use of cryptocurrencies or other blockchain systems within specific countries or around the world. Internet governance might also play a role in defining who can join in the governance of specific blockchain networks. One such barrier is data caps imposed by ISPs. Customers can transfer only a certain amount monthly. If the cap is exceeded, ISPs recoup costs through overage fees or reducing speed of service. Active participation in the on-chain governance of a blockchain network is bandwidth intensive. To vote as a miner, users typically download the entire blockchain and operate a full node. The amounts of data involved can be quite sizable. Operating a node involves monthly data transfers of between 70 and 140 gigabytes. The limits are imposed by choices made at the internet level. The Great Firewall of China, through which all internet traffic in China must pass, impeded mining operations. Extra limits on bandwidth and delays in packet transmission hindered profit with participants outside of China. To a large extent, China's internet governance system had indirectly and unintentionally shaped Bitcoin governance. Anyone designing a blockchain network or dApp must understand the realities of the present-day internet. They must create a system to suit them or work around them. The blockchain layer operates on top of the internet layer and introduces mechanisms of governance and protocols unique to each network. Each blockchain network implements its own protocols, its own consensus algorithms, and fork choices. Despite their technical complexity, blockchain networks have a pretty simple set of operating rules. They use crypto economics to boost collaboration among users and increase utility of the network, and they also punish users who try to cheat. Processing transactions is driven mostly by an economic incentive system. The higher the transaction fees paid to the network, the greater chance miners will include these transactions in the next block. Besides fees and rewards, 4 other factors influence miners' behavior from outside the blockchain infrastructure. A large mining pool might contract with third parties to speed up certain transactions at the expense of others. Miners could jointly agree not to process specific transactions coming from or directed towards a criminal application in a block. Miners could blacklist specific addresses. Or regulators could ban all miners in certain jurisdictions from validating transactions of a specific account. These external forces exist beyond the control of any blockchain system and could have significant consequences over the operations of these systems. The application layer is also made up of its own multiple layers. It includes 2 specific components, the dApp frameworks and then the dApps themselves. dApp frameworks are built on top of a blockchain network and provide the basic building blocks for dApps. Some are general purpose with loosely defined logic, so developers can repurpose in almost any dApp. Others are more specific for certain kinds of dApps. dApps are, of course, decentralized applications built directly on top of a blockchain network or on an existing dApp framework. They're designed to be decentralized and autonomous. No single party has the power to control or influence their operations. But still, they're affected by the operations of their underlying blockchain network and their underlying dApp framework. There are 2 ways to alter the operation of a dApp. The first is change the state of the blockchain to overwrite the code of the dApp. You might have heard of the hack of the DAO, which we covered earlier. In response, the Ethereum community did what's called a hard fork. That meant basically altering the protocol and the state of the Ethereum blockchain so that users could withdraw their stolen funds. These hard forks can change the balance or code of a particular dApp, or even delete the dApp entirely. This level of intervention is rare and has been used really only in outstanding circumstances, and not without some controversy. The second change is to a small piece of the code the dApp relies on, like a smart contract library or a proxy contract. A proxy contract is a smart contract delegating calls to other smart contracts. We must make sure there isn't a reference to a third-party code. Otherwise, risks like manipulation of shared code or undue influence over decentralized applications may arise. To summarize, blockchain applications exist in a larger ecosystem and not in a vacuum. In this video, we'll call on the work of Blockchain Research Institute contributors Primavera da Filippi and Greg McMullen. We'll look at the multiple layers of governance and the possible effects on the blockchain ecosystem. The two distinct governance structures on blockchain are governance by the infrastructure and governance of the infrastructure. These mechanisms can be either endogenous or exogenous to a particular community, depending on that community's viewpoint. Endogenous rules consist of all the rules, the social norms, the customs, and other governance structures developed or endorsed from within that community. Exogenous rules are all other rules, influencing the activities of a community, but originating from outside that community. You may recall from the prior session how governance of most decentralized blockchain applications, or dApps, splits into different layers. Of course, the first layer, the Internet Protocol layer, known as TCP/IP, the second, the blockchain network layer, like the Ethereum protocol, and the third, the application layer, such as dApp frameworks like Aragon and the dApp layer District 0x. Each layer designed and run by different people with different purposes and from separate communities who might converse with one another. Usually, communities from the bottom layer of the stack enact their own governance structure with little regard to the above layers. These layers also apply their own governance structure, but they're still related to the governance structures of the other layers. The bottom layers play an especially important role. They are the foundation. They dictate how the applications deployed on the upper layers of the stack will operate. They define what's possible to build at the highest levels. Governance by the infrastructure refers to governance rules encoded directly into the blockchain itself. We call this on-chain governance. These rules are usually absolute, and the blockchain network will guarantee their execution in a secure and decentralized way. As I said, the nature of the rules depends on the community's perspective. Let's look at Ethereum. Its blockchain protocols and consensus algorithm are endogenous rules because they're directly built into the network. But if a dApp were deployed on top of Ethereum, endogenous rules would also include all of the decision-making procedures and technical rules embodied in the smart contracts that govern that dApp. The underlying protocol of the Ethereum network would qualify at that point as exogenous because it's an outside influence. On-chain governance presents both advantages and disadvantages. On-chain governance is predictable and fair in its execution. Changing the process or the result of on-chain governance is extremely difficult. This makes the entire system fully transparent and auditable. Everyone can see why a particular decision was made, and it's not influenced on the whims of human judgment. Because on-chain governance isn't easily influenced, it's unlikely to handle new and unexpected situations effectively. In such cases, vagueness can be a feature, not a bug. Flexibility can help a system cope with unique circumstances it was not built for. Where possible, developers should provide tools allowing changes to the protocol rules that are supporting the network. Let's look at developers and open source communities. They arrange the rules and procedures used to decide on the future development and evolution of an open source software project. These rules are usually norms or customs enforced through peer pressure. The community might also implement formalized mechanisms of enforcement and oversight. Failure to follow these rules could lead to exclusion from the community or other forms of social punishment. In Bitcoin, these decisions are mostly made through Bitcoin improvement proposals. It's an informal mechanism through which people can propose new features and improvements to the Bitcoin protocol. Ethereum also implemented such a system called Ethereum Improvement Proposals. Its informal procedure allows users to suggest or request changes to the Ethereum protocol or code. Once a suggestion is made, developers of a blockchain system will put forth a proposal. Then, the voting system determines whether the community adopts it as a whole. For Bitcoin, miners vote by running new software with certain settings enabled or disabled. This indicates support or lack thereof. The approval of lead developers can be influential, but it's not always decisive. On the flip side, the governance of the infrastructure refers to all influencing forces outside of a technological platform. These rules operate at the social or institutional level, not at a technical level. This is called off-chain governance. These systems are more informal and unstructured than their code-based counterpart, and this makes them more complex to oversee and control. A third-party authority, like, say, the government, might be required for enforcement or oversight in certain instances. This may impose rules to ensure public order, morality, and interest. These rules would be remedied by the proper national legal system should any violations occur. Governance by the infrastructure and governance of the infrastructure can coexist. Indeed, they must, to steward this resource effectively. They can even help regulate each other based on their differing rules. Off-chain governance is difficult to enforce because of its social component, but it's also got a great deal of flexibility. It can quickly react to unforeseen circumstances and easily adapt to changes in environment. On-chain governance excels at doing what it's expressly designed to do, but it's unable to cope with unexpected situations and takes much longer to adjust to changing circumstances. If there's a design flaw, malicious parties could exploit them to disrupt the system or mold it to their own benefit. Basically, the ambiguity of off-chain governance rules lends flexibility to shrink or expand the scope of the on-chain rules. Today, lots of experts are mainly looking at endogenous rules related to on-chain and off-chain governance. Lots of projects and initiatives are now trying to implement new mechanisms of governance by the infrastructure through a particular set of rules that are embedded in the blockchain. More people are identifying the need for these blockchain networks. They're also looking to the communities around them to define the rules. Endogenous rules play a crucial role in governance, but stakeholders must also account for the impact of the exogenous ones. Ultimately, it is the combination of endogenous and exogenous rules that will dictate how blockchain systems operate.
Welcome back. In this video, we'll look at a new framework for blockchain governance, and it involves you. For the first time in human history, non-state, multi-stakeholder networks are forming to solve global problems and even to govern resources in the world. These networks that consist of private sector, civil society, governments at various levels are attacking many problems and even governing resources like old-growth forests, fisheries, and even the internet itself. We've been studying these networks, and in 2010, we dubbed them Global Solution Networks, or GSNs. This approach goes far beyond regulation. It can complement an existing system of regulation. Governments can improve the behavior of industries by encouraging transparency and by including the public and private sector in decision-making and governance process of a resource. Our research led us to conclude that if the Internet of Information could be governed by these networks, then so could perhaps the Internet of Value be similarly governed. Call it a blockchain governance network. There are several critical issues that we need to consider when creating a blockchain governance network. There's design. Should we start fresh or build something on existing networks? What's the network mandate? Will it have the power to apply or enforce policy? Who's benefiting? Who's accountable? Will countries be involved? And if so, will they yield authority to a network like this? These networks all have two defining characteristics. First is composition. Each network involves a mix of different pillars of society. Private sector and companies, governments could be at all levels, not just states, could be cities, academics, and non-government organizations, along with other players, developers and users. They're not just a network of companies like a trade association, and they're not an organization of states like the UN or the World Bank or the International Monetary Fund. So they are multi-stakeholder. The second is control. These networks are not controlled by states or by state-based organizations like the UN or the World Bank. In these networks, all participants could play a key role in the leadership and the governance of blockchain technology. Now, what we discovered almost a decade ago is that there are 10 types of these networks. And we're going to focus in detail on the top three. They're called knowledge networks, policy networks, and standards networks. A knowledge network develops new thinking, research, ideas, and policies to help solve global problems or to help govern something. More informed users can better protect themselves from fraud and theft and protect their privacy. They can create opportunities for greater share in global prosperity and greater financial connectivity. Knowledge networks do need to foster a culture of openness and inclusion. They should be transparent, and they must involve multiple stakeholders, private sector, civil society, maybe even government and others. They're also sources of new ideas for other of these GSNs in the broader world. They prevent the pitfalls and the showstoppers. There's a real need today to create spaces for ideas and information to be shared and debated. So an example of a knowledge network in blockchain would be MIT's Digital Currency Initiative. It's a leading knowledge network in the academic space. It's trying to unite and excite academics and universities globally, and it's producing very helpful knowledge and information. Our Blockchain Research Institute is another leading example of a knowledge network in that we are doing research, creating knowledge, and educating C-suite executives in the enterprise space. Reddit, the online forum and community, is also a breeding ground for new knowledge in the user space. Secondly, there are policy networks. These networks support policy development and create alternatives, regardless of government support. Sometimes networks create government policy, even though they may consist of non-government players. Welcome to this new world of multi-stakeholder solutions. Their goal is not to wrest control of the policy-making process from governments. Instead, it's to change decision-making from the traditional closed hierarchy to one of open discussion and collaboration, and to bring more diverse forces and factors into the process of creating policy. A promising policy network is emerging. Among its nodes are Coin Center, a not-for-profit policy group in Washington, D.C. Coin Center focuses on 5 verticals: innovation, consumer protection, privacy, licensing, and anti-money laundering, AML, or Know Your Customer, KYC. There's also the Chamber of Digital Commerce. It's a trade organization focusing on promoting the acceptance and use of digital currencies and blockchain. Promoting policy and uniting lots of strong voices in the policy area will ensure blockchain has a better chance of fulfilling its promise. We know proof of work mining consumes a lot of energy. We also know climate change is a serious problem. So responsible policy will lead to a sustainable future, and government can't do it alone. A third type of global solution network that's part of the creation of a global blockchain governance network focuses on standards. Standards networks are non-state-based organizations. In fact, most standards activity today in almost every area is not done by nation states anymore. It's done by these multi-stakeholder groups. They develop standards and technical specifications for almost anything. These include standards for the internet itself. They determine the central building blocks for product development. They also allow promising innovation to make the leap to mass adoption. To work, they need to engage the expertise of individuals, institutions, civil society, organizations, and private sector enterprise. Again, MIT's Digital Currency Initiative recognized the importance of blockchain and the need for guidance and standards. It's bankrolled the Bitcoin core developers so that they can continue their work. ScalingBitcoin.org is an organization convening engineers and academics to address major technical issues and develop standards. Its chair is Pindar Wong. He's been a leader in rallying stakeholders and clearing technical logjams in the sector for years. Each of these attack the problem from a different angle and with a different agenda. Yet they do share a common goal to make this technology ready for prime time. All right, so now that we've covered the three types of these GSNs critical to blockchain build-out, let's briefly look at the other 7. Delivery networks bring about the changes they seek. They just deliver stuff. ICANN is a not-for-profit organization and one of these delivery networks. It performs an essential role in the internet and in governing the internet in that it delivers domain names. Advocacy networks seek to change the agenda or policy of governments and corporations and other institutions. In the world of the internet, an advocacy network would be the Electronic Frontier Foundation. Watchdog networks monitor institutions to hold those accountable who act without integrity. Something like Human Rights Watch is a watchdog network scrutinizing governments around the world to make sure that they correspond to global human rights legislation. Topics for watchdog networks can range from human rights to corruption, to the environment, to financial services. The next type of network is something we call a platform. Platforms can foster creation, innovation, and global problem solving. Ethereum is a platform and has its own type of governance. Another type of these networks are what we call networked institutions. These are very complex networks involving a lot of players and providing a wide range of capabilities. They're true multi-stakeholder networks, not state-based networks. An example would be the World Economic Forum. It's actually called now a global institution, but it's not controlled by states. Then there are diasporas. These are global networks formed by people dispersed from their ancestral lands, but united by culture and identity with their homeland. And they can play a role in governance of all kinds of things. And finally, you bring them all together. This is something we call governance networks. These combine all the features and attributes of the 9 other GSN types. So here's an issue for you. What's your role going to be in the governance of blockchain? Well, you may think, well, why do I have to get involved in that? Well, sure, you're building a business, you're starting up a company, you're trying to transform a big organization or a government, you're a student. But just like business can't succeed in a world that's failing, blockchain can't succeed unless it has good stewardship and governance. And there's a role for you. So what do you want to do? You want to get involved in standards? There are lots of ways to do that. Would you like to become an advocate and join an advocacy network? Perhaps you'd like to work with us in the Blockchain Research Institute to help to develop knowledge. Perhaps you're interested in the MIT Media Lab to help in the creation of good policy. There are all kinds of ways to get involved, and there's a way for you. You have a role to play, and blockchain governance is not somebody else's responsibility, it's yours.
So we think governing bodies are particularly important because the only way to create the trust that's needed in blockchain implementations is to have standards bodies that are open and that have a large group of participants that establish those standards. The Blockchain and Transportation Alliance, or BITA, is a critically important one. We currently have a team member at FedEx who chairs BITA, and we chair many of the committees that exist in BITA that are establishing those technical standards and the business standards associated with what supply chain blockchains should represent, how they'll represent them. It's critically important that you have those kinds of standards and agreement in place if you want large communities to participate, because as things get gray around the edge, the trust gets broken. And so we're very much believers in the fact that if we can put clear and concise standards out there that businesses can participate in, all the way from the Internet of Things interaction to business interaction on a chain, we think that that's what will make the technology scale and be relevant globally.
In this video, we'll look at the conditions in which blockchain startups have been able to thrive. When people think of hotbeds of innovation, they tend to think of Silicon Valley in California. And true, it's been conducive to innovation, financing, and business incubation for generations. It's the center of venture capital and entrepreneurship, and it produced tech giants like Facebook, Apple, Netflix, and Google, with their portfolios of new business models. For all its trailblazing, this hub of technological evolution hasn't attracted as much blockchain development as you might expect. Blockchain is decentralized by design. Early protocols were developed through cross-border collaboration among pioneers in regions that are largely outside of Silicon Valley. Hubs of blockchain-based innovation have now emerged all over the world. Initial coin offerings, or ICOs, and their newer brethren, security token offerings, are replacing Silicon Valley-style venture capital. Leaders of the old have difficulty embracing the new, and it's unclear whether a single global hub for blockchain is even feasible. If Silicon Valley isn't the suitable hub, then what is? Not all blockchain hubs are equal, but the leading ecosystems do share some similar traits. There are 7 elements a hub must have for blockchain-based innovation to thrive. Let's look at each. First is an environment supportive of entrepreneurship. In Toronto, incubators like Mars, 111, and Ryerson University's DMZ have provided a favorable climate where blockchain entrepreneurs have flourished. Regions with incubators have an automatic advantage over those without them. Second is a community of corporate leadership. Centers of blockchain innovation usually enjoy close ties with established business communities. Corporate entities manifest a culture of curiosity and market positioning. This helps blockchain developments to especially thrive by providing a community of partners and customers. Third is proximity to educational institutions. Great computer science schools can lead to great blockchain innovation ecosystems. So tip your hat to universities like MIT, the National University of Singapore, Stanford University, and the University of Toronto. UCal Berkeley may save Silicon Valley yet with its Blockchain at Berkeley program. Fourth is a strong investment climate. Angel capital, venture capital, and strong financial services industries must have a risk tolerance for this kind of innovation. And through ICOs, entrepreneurs have harnessed blockchain and overcome some of the traditional financial barriers. Regulatory hurdles still remain a challenge. The fifth element is government support. Governments should be model users of technology, plain and simple. Government community-based initiatives can fund innovation directly. China's government is pouring billions into certain kinds of blockchain development, though we do know that China's history with the subject is a little bit mixed. Canada's Supercluster initiative has put $1 billion into projects that have some blockchain component, and Israel has produced more unicorns per capita than anywhere. Sixth is a fair regulatory environment. Governments can help or they can impede innovation. ICOs are a new source of funding. Neither overregulation nor no regulation is sensible. Free-for-all jurisdictions will run into big problems, but banning ICOs, banning Bitcoin and cryptocurrency exchanges will also hurt innovation for decades. The final element is a diverse community of talent. Highly educated populations promote innovation. How do you initiate a national brain gain rather than brain drain? In November 2017, Toronto's Mayor John Tory spoke to members of the Blockchain Research Institute about making Toronto a global technology center. He wants to attract international talent pools and persuade Canadians to return home. So far, these initiatives have been very successful. Does any one location possess all of these elements? It's possible. In a decentralized network, we'll just have to keep an eye out for those emerging hubs and do our part to help them along. Look to your city, your town, or even your country. Perhaps you're part of the next blockchain hub and you don't even know it.
Congratulations on completing another module. In this video, we'll review what you've learned about taking part in the blockchain revolution. The most exciting development in the past 2 years has been the emergence of a new generation of leaders for this revolution. They include the entrepreneurs we've met in visits to 30 countries. They also include the innovative CEOs of major corporations like FedEx's Fred Smith, or Thomson Reuters' Jim Smith, or Centrica's Ian Kahn, along with the leaders of large technology companies like IBM's Ginny Rometty, Microsoft's Satya Nadella, and Accenture's Pierre Nanterme. We've met the CFOs, CIOs, chief legal officers, CMOs, who were curious about the implications for their roles and stepped up to lead. And also the professionals and managers from every unit of large companies. When blockchain revolution first went to print, most banks were tactfully supporting the potential of blockchain, but they were dismissing Bitcoin and crypto. The idea was Bitcoin bad, blockchain good, and that became a cliche. As late as 2017, Jamie Dimon, CEO of JP Morgan Chase, was calling Bitcoin a fraud, although Dimon quickly changed his mind after that famous statement. In February of 2018, Circle, backed by Goldman Sachs, acquired Poloniex. It's one of the world's largest cryptocurrency exchanges. So the big players are now getting serious. This move suggested to the world that there are real opportunities, but also risks in crypto assets. JP Morgan echoed Bank of America in its annual report in 2017. It acknowledged cryptocurrencies could pose a risk to its business. The report said financial institutions and their non-banking competitors face the risk payment, processing, and other services could be disrupted by technologies such as cryptocurrency that require no intermediation. We've been inspired by lots of central bankers, government regulators, and policymakers. Those who've met the challenge of balancing the innovation, growth, and opportunity that blockchain affords with their ongoing responsibility to steward financial markets. Journalists, academics, and pundits stand on all sides of this issue as to what's important and what's the right thing to do. The ones who've discarded their cynicism have especially become inspirations. There's also a new generation of crypto natives, young people who've grown up in this new blockchain world. They've grown up with the technology, and they're not only investing, they're working to develop a career in blockchain. If you're a business leader, we hope that you'll use this blockchain revolution as your playbook. And it's no longer Bitcoin bad, blockchain good, but rather we have the second era of the internet emerging, and it's based on blockchain technology. And this is enabling the digitization of all kinds of assets that include currencies, but currencies are just one of many. There are others, as we have discussed: securities, natural asset, tokens, utility tokens, even crypto collectibles. What's important to remember is that the rules of the game themselves are changing. Find out who at your company is interested in this technology or is already using, say, a cryptocurrency. Talk to your chief officers and IT department about the technology's implications. Exchange a fiat currency for some Bitcoin. Try it out. Personal use is a precondition of comprehension. Try using it to make a purchase and see how it works. Hundreds of thousands of merchants accept Bitcoin, for example. Identify nearby blockchain startups. Take a field trip to see their operations. Talk with their founders. Invite an expert to come and speak to your team. Most important, act now. Leadership is your personal opportunity. This is your chance to reimagine how you create value. And if you don't, of course, someone else will. The digital revolution is unfolding, and it's driving profound changes in the global economy. It's changing our labor markets, our social institutions, and the health of our biosphere. But the gap between haves and have-nots is widening. There are problems. Growing inequality, economic inequality, only worsens these problems. We have extreme weather and climate change beginning to displace whole populations. Now we need to refocus creating value for all stakeholders, and not just now, but in the long term. Business can lead this effort by rethinking the firm and rethinking work. We can help distribute power more fairly amongst stakeholders, not just shareholders. We need business leaders to come to the table and to realize the potential of blockchain. We need them to take part in writing and upholding nothing less than a new social contract. It's not just for their own long-term interests, it's in the interests of all stakeholders, their workers, their customers and suppliers, and the communities within which they operate. It's not just for their shareholders and their top executives. So in this module, we'll look at possible directions for a new social contract. Social contract refers to the agreements, the laws, and the behaviors that people adhere to in their companies, their social circles, and their governments. Our goal is not to map out the be-all and end-all strategy for creating and rolling out a new social contract with blockchain technology as a platform. Instead, we want to create a conversation. We'd like you to think about the challenges, contribute your ideas to the discussion forum, and debate the issues. What actions can you take to get the ball rolling? Welcome back. In this video, we'll look at why we need a new social contract for the digital economy. First, let's unpack what a social contract is. A social contract is the shared idea that our best interests depend on keeping a civil society. Our best interests are morality, fair politics, and physical safety. It was Thomas Hobbes came up with the social contract theory years ago. After the brutal English Civil War back in the 1650s, he said we contract with each other for security and stability in an otherwise dog-eat-dog world. Not long after, John Locke expanded the concept to include property in exchange for sovereign governance and protection. He saw the social contract as a promise of life, liberty, and private property. This language made its way through Thomas Jefferson into the United States Declaration of Independence. U.S. citizens are familiar with their right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Social contracts don't uphold themselves. Our democratic institutions came about during the shift from agrarian feudalism to industrial capitalism. The Industrial Revolution brought great wealth to a new class, the captains of industry, even as their workers faced brutal conditions. The gap widened in well-being between upper and lower classes. But with the rise of industrial society and capitalism as an economic system, we saw the creation of democracies created as a means of collective governance. Reforms in Britain, the United States, and other parts of the world addressed this growing social and economic gap. Suffrage, the right to vote, was distributed to some of the people. Reforms led to public education, social safety nets, and labor laws on the one hand, and income taxes and antitrust measures and security legislation on the other. Teddy Roosevelt pushed for environmental protections and wildlife preservation. The 1930s, the United States revised its social contract again, this time in response to crisis. After the Great Depression, 25% of the American workforce was put out of work. So President Franklin Delano Roosevelt responded with his New Deal. It called for investment in public infrastructure. It called for Social Security and unemployment insurance. And it called for legislation across banking, agriculture, labor relations, and even home ownership. It was a rebalancing of power and a new contract in society between government, the private sector, and civil society. The next major revisions came after World War II. For starters, the Servicemen's Readjustment Act provided benefits to U.S. war veterans. Millions of vets took advantage of paid tuition for college, and millions more applied for low-cost mortgages and low-interest loans. And these opportunities boosted the American economy, and they also contributed to social stability. Then the United Nations was formed, year after Bretton Woods. This was to prevent another world war, another campaign of genocide. The UN published its Declaration of Human Rights, and every member state agreed to uphold it. The Allies made a commitment to rebuild the economies of Japan and Germany. President John F. Kennedy's "a rising tide lifts all boats" metaphor captured the spirit of those revisions. Unfortunately, those boats ran aground in the 1980s. A combination of economic missteps, technological change, and rules favoring the powerful and weakened institutions widened the gap again between those in power and those without it. Progress hasn't just stopped, it's reversed, at least in the United States, but also in a number of other developed countries. Today, U.S. citizens live shorter lives. Infant and maternal mortality rates are up. Wages are down. Access to education and opportunity has declined. Median income adjusted for inflation was actually lower in 2016 than it was in 1974. 40% of Americans
in 2016 made less than the 1968 minimum wage. There's a general belief new rules have been imposed by the few without public consent. And for the first time in modern history, we have growing economies and a declining middle class. We have growing wealth creation and declining prosperity. Like any deal, a new social contract holds up if those involved do their part to keep it. The old social contract has been broken with a new one to replace it. We see the same trends, perhaps less extreme, in other Western democracies. We're amid a global economic transformation as significant as the Industrial Revolution. The industrial age social contract came together over decades. In some sense, it took centuries to mature. Today's digital economy social contracts are taking shape infinitely faster. Think of Moore's Law, transistors on a circuit board doubling with every new version, growing smaller by the year, every 18 months, and denser. Change in the digital age accelerates just like that, and our regulations and policies can't keep up. Digital technologies contribute to the need for a new social contract, and you can help us write and implement it. In this video, we'll look at some drivers of change towards a new social contract. There are 4 big ones straining our way of doing things. One is the 4th Industrial Revolution. Another is expanded globalization. A third is demographic upheaval. And a 4th is worsening climate change. And they're putting pressure on our old way of doing business. You may remember from earlier lessons, our old social contract worked reasonably well. It was a boon to society for a period stretching from the Industrial Revolution until after World War II. You may also remember that we need something new, an updated social contract for today's digital economy. The founder of the World Economic Forum, Professor Klaus Schwab, popularized this as the 4th Industrial Revolution. The First Industrial Revolution used steam power for mechanized production. The second used electricity for mass production. The third used technology for automated production. Mainframes, minis, PCs, the web, the cloud, big data. But this 4th one's different, and it's much more powerful, and it's very exciting. It's a fusion of technology, blurring the lines between the physical, digital, and biological worlds. The worldwide consulting firm McKinsey Group used the phrase combinatorial technology explosion to describe what's happening as these sectors meet. This explosion accelerates Moore's Law, where circuit boards get smaller and denser, doubling in complexity every 18 months or so. Think about advances in robotics combined with artificial intelligence, nanotech, blockchain, quantum computing, and biotech. We've barely begun to imagine the scope of this revolution. Billions of people and trillions of things are soon connecting, getting amazing access to data, to all this public storage of information and processing power. Technology has done more than disrupt the social contract. It's starting to challenge what it means to be a human being. The move from one industrial revolution to the next is thrilling, but as the upshot, each revolution has contributed in its own way to growing structural unemployment, social inequality, and all kinds of imbalances in power, not to mention threats to our basic rights and even our planet. Technology is at the heart of this institutional failure, our fragmented discourse, and our loss of privacy and security. And it's tough for someone like me to admit that. But it's true, and we can do better. Globalization likewise drives change. It's fueled by technology, international agreements, and global institutions. It makes for easier movement of production, goods, services, talent, capital across national boundaries. While there are benefits to these arrangements, globalization also disrupted local economies and individual workers across all sectors. It widens the inequality gap, applying pressure on local governments and international bodies. They try to make up the difference, countering the unintended consequences of globalization on their people. Demographic upheaval is another driver for change. The United States, Canada, Europe, Japan, China all have aging populations. And in some countries, it's a lot worse. Italy, for example, there aren't a lot of young people. These countries face poverty of seniors, rising health costs, and in some cases, a shortage of skilled labor. There's also a possible generation gap and even conflict as older people want Social Security and younger people want things like education and daycare and entrepreneurship opportunities and so on. At the same time, other parts of Asia, Africa, and the Middle East have very young populations, and these areas are burdened with significant unemployment. War and conflicts as well destroy economies and lead to large numbers of economic migrants and refugees in search of opportunity and safety. And finally, climate change is another big driver. We're only beginning to experience the impact of climate change on human health and economic well-being. Climate-related refugee crises have already started, along with regional conflicts. Frequent and extreme weather events and changing patterns of temperature and precipitation influence human and animal habitation, agriculture, and the very seasons themselves. The devastating 2017 drought in East Africa put millions at risk of starvation. And soon we can expect over 1 billion people to lose their water supply or be flooded or otherwise forced to migrate because of severe weather. So any discussion of the first three drivers of change, be it impact on equity, economic disruption, or demographic upheaval, must consider the impact of climate change. Innovation can both renew and ruin our biosphere. It's essential we preserve our environment for future generations. It's also essential that we keep these four drivers in mind as we rewrite our social contract for the digital age. Any questions or comments on this topic? We're here to help. Please check out the discussion forum, and for more detail on this topic, check out the new afterword to the paperback edition of our book, Blockchain Revolution. Welcome back. In this video, we'll look at how the private sector can help create a new social contract and one for the digital economy. Consider our society's four pillars: the state, private sector, civil society, and now the individual can be a pillar of society. Let's look at why the private sector, one of the four pillars of society, must play a major role in drafting this new social contract. Josh Friedman and Michael Lind explained this in their Atlantic article, The Past and Future of America's Social Contract. They wrote business leaders started to neglect their social responsibility in the 1980s. That was a period when shareholder capitalism took root. That model put shareholders' needs over other stakeholders. Before that, companies generally acted in the interests of their whole communities, not just investors. It wasn't a period of pure corporate compassion. Companies favored a welfare capitalist social contract because it gave them leverage with labor unions. Turns out negotiations are more difficult when employees already get benefits. Then came the 1980s and deregulation, more international competition and more expensive raw materials, all incentives to shift any downside onto workers. These developments eroded faith in New Deal-era worker standards and led us to the low-wage social contract in place today. And unions, over this period, have pretty much become decimated and play a much smaller role in society now. So that's how business has changed. Well, let's consider its influence on the other pillars and how they can restore equity in the social contract. At the same time the private sector was elevating investors over workers, politicians were busy weakening the state's ability to enforce regulation. And although individuals and civil society at large grow more and more empowered by digital technologies, our voices were and largely remain stifled by those with more financial power and political influence. The private sector has a public responsibility. The private sector is the foundation of wealth creation, but it's also a major contributor to wealth distribution. Though, like we've seen in previous lessons, it's not an equal distribution, especially during this transitional period, as we see full-time employment giving way to a part-time gig economy. A new social contract for the digital age must address the divide in wealth and opportunity in a long-term and systemic way. In the past, the private sector has been a major participant in functioning democracies until that tricky period when the greater good became less a priority than the bottom line and personal wealth acquisition. We need to rebalance that for all stakeholders, in particular for labor. We need to emphasize all value creation for all stakeholders, both now and in the long term. The state also has a legitimate and important role to play, odd as it sounds in an age of digital independence. Government draws its legitimacy from the people, and ideally, it acts to meet the overall public interests. And with the rule of law comes benefits like basic infrastructure, services to support economic fairness, not to mention safety, security, conflict resolution, so on. All of these state-granted provisions help the development and stability of our global digital initiatives like the internet itself, and now ever-expanding blockchain and the blockchain ecosystem and economy. Without worldwide support through technology, no such breakthroughs would be possible, let alone sustainable. And on the point of sustainability, fresh interest in preserving the environment we all share is vital across spheres. Civil society isn't an afterthought, although it lacks the official clout and infrastructure the state and the private sector enjoy. Public discourse, shared experiences, and problem solving are imperative to properly update our social contract for all stakeholders. Both the state and the private sector have at various times and various ways worked either to strengthen or weaken civil society and its institutions, depending on the time, the mood of the moment. A social contract for the digital age, with provisions to respect and hear the voice of the very society, granting it validity, is essential. And finally, individuals themselves, forming the fourth pillar, contribute to a new social contract in being active participants in the other three pillars and also by themselves. They're entrepreneurs like those who dreamed up and brought to life the internet and blockchain. They're managers with the power to influence and to be decision makers. They're workers aware of their reduced position and changing role in the economy. They're taxpayers and voters who work to hold elected officials accountable. They're the representatives themselves working for change in official capacities. And they're individuals working in their communities to try and bring about change. Well, we have the power to contribute to the new social contract within and beyond our networks. We don't have to be passive recipients. We can choose to help shape and improve the policies and contracts affecting us, where we live and work together. The private sector can likewise step up to, again, be responsible and a responsible participant in the local, national, and international level. As our digital economy matures, each of the four pillars has an updated and interconnected role to play. Because now these pillars can be linked together by multi-stakeholder networks beyond all boundaries. Blockchains are the technology platforms for these networks. They support consensus mechanisms, incentives for participation, and stakeholder rights. Welcome back. In this video, we'll look at our aspirations for a new social contract, one for the digital age. We've already talked about disruptions, undoing our post-World War II social contract. Now we test the main assumptions of a new social contract and the new assumptions we need to make. We'll explore some of these new assumptions in sessions to come. We'll do all this under three broad umbrellas: the economy, the state, and society. So the first assumption was we need full-time jobs and full-time employment to provide wealth and benefits like healthcare. But structural unemployment and underemployment puts lots of people at risk and undermines confidence. It's true that unemployment rates are currently good in many developed countries, but the new wave of technological change of the fourth industrial revolution threatens to wipe out entire industries. In 48 US states, the number one job type for men is truck driver. That's gone soon. For women, it's cashier. Well, that one's going too. And next up is knowledge work, where the combination of AI and blockchain can eliminate many professional and management functions, or even whole professions like radiologists or pharmacists. So we need to rethink work, and our new social contract needs to reflect that. Sure, we need to consider ideas like a universal basic income and probably a safety net to support job mobility and security, because tying benefits to a regular 1950s type of job in the face of a gig-based economy is not feasible. But better still, let's decide that everyone should have a right to a job. If we have growing wealth, if we have declining employment, that means that we should be able to create a job for everybody. And if that job can't come from the private sector, it should come from other sources: civil society, philanthropy, or even the state. The second assumption was that government is responsible for the unemployed, the poor, the sick, the disabled, and the elderly. Taxpayer dollars fund social welfare programs, but despite good intentions, income inequality continues to grow. And there's a big debt that's emerging and a lot of unfunded programs coming up in the future. Big government programs are expensive, uncoordinated, and in some cases ineffective. They're also political lightning rods, fickle in funding and support. And in short, they're unreliable. We need to rethink the effectiveness of redistributing wealth. How about an alternative? See, today, the only way we think about solving this problem is to redistribute wealth, to tax the rich more and spread the wealth around. What about something different? What about the pre-distribution of wealth as a means of wealth fairness? We can use new technology to give everyone a stake,
everyone an account, and everyone an identity in a formal and functioning economy. People like musicians can be fairly compensated for the wealth that they create using blockchain. Owners of rooms or cars can receive all of the value they create through blockchain cooperatives. We could bring 2 billion people into the global economy almost overnight through blockchain-based financial tools. All they need is a mobile device, and a lot of them have no identity, but they have a supercomputer in their pocket. We can implement blockchain-based land title systems to protect people's rights. Individuals can make money from owning and selling their own data. The sky is really the limit. Let's pre-distribute wealth by enabling people to more directly engage in the economy. A third assumption was business and labor are pillars of prosperity. Well, that made sense at the time. Businesses provided income and other benefits to their workers. Labor unions also played a key role because they made sure workers received a fair element of that value and were involved in decision making. And governments set useful policies for business and labor with some certainty they'd play out as planned. But with the rise of shareholder and management power came the age of imbalance. Not just an imbalance of power between corporations and workers, but an imbalance between quarterly incentives and long-term capital investment. Today, swarms of short-term investors control the psyche of corporate executives, charged with the future of entire industries. Workers no longer hold sway. We need to rethink the mission of businesses to generate shareholder wealth over all other types of value they could be contributing as responsible participants in communities. We need a more distributed model, a model where businesses and business benefit as much from healthy workers and vibrant communities as from investor confidence. Fourth assumption of the old social contract was politicians act in the public interest. A worldwide crisis of democracy and even the legitimacy of democracy as a system suggests otherwise. Democratic institutions increasingly bow to campaign funders, not voters in the communities they represent. Leaders react to polls, not people, and not to science and independent research. We need to rethink how we've implemented representative democracy. For starters, let's insist on transparency. We need the facts, and we need to free politics from big money. We need campaign finance reform, and a new social contract can guide a high-performance government with modern technology to distribute and enforce citizen rights, be these voting rights or the rights to quality education and health care. A new social contract can draw on collaborative institutions. Through mass collaboration, we could see programs like publicly funded kindergarten all the way through to post-secondary education, cooperative science and research, and affordable health care for all. We can afford it, we just need to make it happen. A fifth assumption of the past was that there was evidence-based debate, compromise, and collaboration across political parties. The rise of a digital society with access to a lot of content from competing sources has really fragmented public discourse. You all know the internet holds an endless supply of opinions, some well-researched and reasoned, and others spun out of fears, half-truths, and misunderstandings. And still others are just plain lies. The free flow of content is both a boon and a curse because it supports free speech on the one hand, but it spreads rumors quickly on the other. And there's a danger that we end up in these self-reinforcing echo chambers where we only hear our own point of view. And in that world, the purpose of information is not to inform us, it's to give us comfort for our preconceived ideas. Cyberbullying, hate speech,
trolling get in the way of civil discourse, and foreign powers can even intervene in the electoral process. So we need to rethink how we cultivate an informed society. How do we inform ourselves when the old ways of doing that are collapsing? Transparency and reporting can help restore trust in the fourth estate of journalism as watchdogs of the government. We can increase access by making broadband access widely and cheaply available to give voice to new communities. And radical thing, but we still believe in evidence-based debate, that there are facts, and that we can have compromise and collaboration across political parties, as well as the defense of individual freedoms, privacy, security, and autonomy. And of course, as we've discussed, blockchain is central to all of these. The sixth assumption was that Mother Earth will take care of herself. That was the old social contract. It was written at a time of abundant natural resources, modern plumbing, electrical grids. Those of us born in the United States and Canada can't imagine life without drinkable tap water and clean air. But our resources are not unlimited, and our impact on the earth is real. The question is whether we'll survive, and whether we'll even survive as a species. We've already contributed to the extinction of many others. Are we next or in the line? Human activity does cause climate change, and every scientist in the world pretty much agrees with that. Poorly regulated industry strains the environment. We see the health effects of polluted air, water, and food. We see homes destroyed and lives lost in extreme weather events, from fires to flooding. We as individuals and industries need to take responsibility for our effects on the biosphere. At all levels of human activity, we need to reverse this impact. Looking out for number one may work in the short term, but nobody succeeds in a world that's failing. And the way to look out for number one may be to look out for all of us. We have an opportunity and the obligation to rewrite the social contract. We're calling for nothing less than a declaration of interdependence. We can only hope to build a more equitable, productive, just, inclusive economy by breaking out of our silos and engaging in honest conversation. Just as digital technologies contributed to the breakdown of the old social contract, they have an important role to play as we create the new. If you've questions or comments about what you'd like to see in this new contract, please post them to the discussion forum. And for more on this topic, check out the afterword to the paperback edition of Blockchain Revolution. In this lesson, we look at the need to rethink work again. I've always been a technology optimist, that technology displaces jobs, but it creates more new jobs. But with the power of this fourth industrial revolution, I think that's no longer true. Automation has already displaced workers across sectors, and we're seeing signs of early structural unemployment. Up to half of the activities now performed by humans will be handled by artificial intelligence based on blockchain in the next few decades. More and more workers have to piece together a living from several employers, even today. Freelancers, independent contractors in the United States need to buy their own health insurance, pay self-employment tax on top of their income taxes, and set aside money for their retirement. Arguably, we need to change how we think about economic opportunity as we enter this fourth industrial revolution. The private sector, the state, academics, civil society all have roles to play in finding or making these opportunities. Governments especially need to get
much better at anticipating where the economy is going. We need new measures, and we need to cut some old ones. Many have questioned the value of national unemployment rates. They're not based on the concept of a full-time job. Anyone who worked an hour and got paid would be considered employed. Anyone who didn't look for a job in the last 30 days wouldn't be counted. Some estimate that this metric excludes between 5 million and 6 million unemployed people in the United States alone. So, should it really be a key metric of prosperity in the digital economy? We propose two other measures worth exploring. The first is the idea of a guaranteed job. Now, of course, this would have to be backed up by a universal basic income, or UBI, as well. We should decide that everyone has the right to work and guarantee a job for everyone. Why? Well, people get fulfillment and a sense of self-worth through work. And also, there's plenty to be done. There are problems to be solved everywhere. So if the private sector can't guarantee full employment, we need to find other ways. And funding can come from philanthropy, from civil society, from social innovation, from the state, or through the other measures we've talked about to pre-distribute wealth. Of course, some people will be unable to work. Disabled people, people with mental illnesses or dementia, or others who are temporary or permanently unable to work. Others may temporarily lack the skills for the new workforce and need to spend considerable time in education and training. So a guaranteed job, but for those who are unable to work, we, of course, need a fallback position. We're not going to have people starving in the streets in an age of growing wealth. So the idea of a universal basic income has been discussed for a while, since the 1970s. It's made the rounds under a lot of labels, like a guaranteed annual income or a negative income tax. But if society does have the wealth to support the basic livelihood of these people, and we do, then we will need to guarantee them some kind of way of surviving. The basic idea is this: let's ensure everyone has a level of income security regardless of their status or position. There'd be no discrimination, everyone would get one, and therefore no stigma attached. Contrast that with today's subsidies implemented through government silos and means tests. There's the Medicaid and the children's health insurance. There's supplemental nutrition insurance. There's public housing. There's welfare payments and so on. Let's break down those silos. Let's end the stigma. Let's use the global solution networks that we've discussed in this course, running distributed applications on blockchains to manage these sources with efficiency and transparency. Supporters say it's the best model to give income security. It would restore dignity and autonomy to the individual, and it would also reduce the complexity and the bureaucracy. Others argue that a UBI is too expensive to be sustainable. They think it would be a disincentive for people to work. It would undermine organized labor. It would undo the better benefits some workers enjoy. On balance, the arguments for a UBI tend to outweigh those against one. Guy Standing of the University of London wrote, and I quote, "The 20th century income distribution system is broken down irretrievably," unquote. A UBI is not only necessary, it's urgent. We can learn much from UBI pilot programs in Finland, Canada, other places. And we can apply those lessons on a larger scale, along with other measures to give Social Security for those who work but don't get employer benefits. One other measure is our second modest proposal, a portable safety net. What does that mean? Well, a portable safety net isn't a new idea. There are lots of models out there for it, how it would work and so on.
It's a matter of mustering the political will to get it done. One model, developed by Stephen Hill, is based on multi-employer benefits plans. These kinds of plans already exist and are used by a lot of industries. And this model would establish individual security accounts into which all employees would contribute based on each worker's hours. Such a program would restore benefits to people who work multiple jobs, change roles often, or contractors, freelancers, other part-time giggers. It'd also end arbitrary rules separating types of workers. These measures could also help stabilize the economy and eliminate loopholes for employers to hire part-timers and cut benefits entirely. The shift would also cut golden handcuffs, where you stay in a job too long when you could be pursuing more fulfilling or productive opportunities elsewhere. Most important, this universal basic income and a portable safety net together could reestablish economic security, kind of inspired way back by the New Deal. Such bold programs and all the accounting for them wouldn't be possible without distributed ledger technology to track individual accounts over lifetimes with transparency. So it's time to think about how to avoid or at least minimize the unintended consequences of these powerful new technologies as they fuse across the physical, the digital, and the biological spheres as part of this fourth industrial revolution. If you've got questions or comments, please post them on the discussion forum. We'd love to hear from you. For more on this topic, check out the new afterword to the paperback edition of Blockchain Revolution. Up next, we look at the pre-distribution of wealth. In this video, we'll look at flipping the prosperity model from one of redistributing wealth through taxation and welfare to a new model of pre-distributing wealth by creating the conditions under which everyone can contribute, everyone can create value, and people are more directly linked to the economy. We'll touch two key pieces. The first is providing universal high-speed broadband internet access, and the second is personal ownership of personal information. Both concepts are now possible through blockchain technologies. Alex Tapscott and I detailed in Blockchain Revolution and elsewhere how we can pre-distribute wealth by changing how it's created in the first place. That means making the process more democratic, including more people in the economy and making sure everyone gets fair compensation for their contributions. Traditional wealth redistribution is a process of taxing the rich and giving it to the poor through costly bureaucracies managing lots of social programs. There may be a role for that, but we can now change how wealth is created and captured in the first place and get rid of a lot of the after-the-fact accounting. The first step is to ensure everyone can participate. Our chief goal is to include more people in the digital economy. That's why we start with universal high-speed broadband. The idea is not new. Lots of countries have broadband policies, but the overall execution is, how should we say, inconsistent. And that would be a polite word to describe the situation. The idea has been around long enough. Policymakers assume that the market will take care of itself, and they move on. Yet this digital divide, a term that I popularized in a book in the 1990s, continues. Gaps in high-speed service and affordability persist, even in big cities. Rural areas and small towns where unemployment is also high remain worse off. And the issue is about individual access, yes, like people having the ability to develop products and services and sell them from a small town library or from their kitchen laptops. But universal internet access is a lot more than that. It holds promise for industry. Why move jobs offshore when the whole neighborhood is wired to work for you? More people can do more jobs anywhere. High-speed broadband is available. And we can bring that job back home. We can cultivate that know-how here. We can build a network of talent ready to work and ready to compete. The second step to economic equality is to help people monetize their own information. As we've explained, data is the new asset class of the digital age. But most of the control over our data rests in the hands of big businesses and the state. They use our data for their own purposes, commercial or otherwise. But there are lots of ways to leverage universal internet access, hand in hand with blockchain and other technologies, to regain control of our data and reclaim the wealth associated with it. We create this asset, we can own it and monetize it. Consider putting land titles on a blockchain as an example. If people own real property, then they can borrow against it, perhaps taking out a small loan to start a small business or go to college. Landowners could pool their resources and start something bigger, a local tour company, a farming cooperative. Their property could work for them and they could be fairly compensated. This could be an important distributed application, especially in the developing world where oversight and transparency are rare. Direct peer-to-peer transactions of things like available rooms or underused equipment could be digitally tracked, enabling communities to create a local sharing economy on a blockchain, no middlemen required. Most important, we can create a digital black box on a blockchain to protect our identities and hold our data. We get to decide what data we share with whom and for what compensation. And overall, we can create a new age of entrepreneurship where large numbers of people create and share in the wealth.
In this video, we'll look at distributed power, another way of saying democratic ownership, but backing it up with blockchain technology. Here's the challenge. Growth in value over the last quarter century has gone almost entirely to those who already held great wealth and power. That's true at the enterprise level, it's true at the institutional level, and it's true at the individual level. The voices of capital, finance, and multinational firms move policy in ways that small business, organized labor, and communities could never hope to move. And those are the very groups who suffer the most from the economic imbalance. Entrepreneurs caught in the asymmetry are handicapped against large incumbents with concentrated power. We'd like to revive the idea of mutual interdependence. Rather than a race to the top, we need to think of real power distributed in the middle. Distributed power. That means owners, stakeholders, workers, and their communities have equal stakes in the success and impact of a business. Blockchains are the technology platforms for distributed power. They support consensus mechanisms, incentives for participation, and management of stakeholder rights. Stakeholders could include supply chain partners and customers, too. If we truly value this middle, we can build a stronger and more stable economy, a more inclusive economy. We'll get there only through open conversation and true debate over the terms of a new social contract for the digital era. Our new social contract must recognize business as an important economic and social pillar, but it must also recognize the private sector's responsibilities beyond the bottom line. You might remember some of these details from earlier sessions. We looked at how industrial age business practices verged on exploitation in a modern economy of precarious workers and a biosphere at risk. Our situation calls for strengthened institutions and good governance. The social contract must include the state's support of responsible business practices, fair competition, and reasonable taxation. It must support the rights of consumers, suppliers, and labor. A globalized economy must enshrine the 1948 UN Declaration of Human Rights. We need to bring stakeholders together with a common purpose. There's no place for a model of mutually exclusive interests. The American Prosperity Project, an initiative of the Aspen Institute, has brought together leaders from industry and organized labor. Their goal is to develop a framework for business to engage in more long-term thinking. That includes investments in infrastructure, in research, in education, and in training. They recommend changes in tax code and laws around corporate governance in a proposed policy framework. The CEO of Unilever, Paul Pullman, had something to say about the framework in an article in The Atlantic. He favored a shift in perspective and urged his peers to look beyond the quarterly report. There's a risk leaders won't make decisions in the public interest if the purpose of a company is only to maximize shareholder return. We've seen that play out. It may work for traders in the short term, but it rarely works for all stakeholders in the long term. We can use blockchain technology as a platform for aligning efforts, voting on initiatives, tracking costs with transparency, and holding all stakeholders accountable. In this video, you'll learn how the internet's second era, enabled by the rise of blockchain technology, gives us a chance to replace our old top-down industrial age model of institutions with something new, with a digital age model of mutually beneficial collaboration. Today's institutions are based on an outdated view of the world, one of powerful industrial forces, forces pushing ads, media, lectures, and medicines at us. Mass production, mass marketing, mass media, mass transportation, education and democracy for the masses. This mass mindset has a hold on every institution, from agriculture and healthcare to energy and housing. All push their message one way to passive recipients, also known as mass consumers. But now, thanks to digital technologies, we can distribute power outside of these institutions to the masses, to consumers, to teachers, journalists, drivers, farmers, doctors, and representatives of neighborhoods. They can collaborate with their peers and the people they serve to co-create value. Digital technology has already changed how education and healthcare are planned, how they're managed and delivered, and how research and development are conducted. The flipped classroom is an exciting model of collaboration powered by new technologies. Students access course content outside of the classroom and at their own pace. They collaborate with their peers, both online and off. They define and solve problems under the guidance of a teacher or mentor. It's happening now as I speak. Some professions, such as engineering and mechanics, are using virtual reality and augmented reality to train and update their knowledge on the job. Educators and students, caregivers and patients, researchers and developers have a new shared tool set across sectors and across geographies. How do we design and deliver the infrastructure to give access to all? The state needs to step up and support funding for education and healthcare as part of this new social contract. This is essential infrastructure for our modern economy and for a strong and healthy democratic society. As we have discussed, one of the key areas of innovation is around identity. Self-sovereign identity is now becoming a possibility because of blockchain. Students and their parents will begin claiming rights to student data. Higher education must put ownership of student data into the hands of students and their parents. Students can own and control their own data, but not alter their grades or degrees. Protecting the privacy and cybersecurity of students is a must. University systems have been hacked in recent years. Blockchain startup The Learning Machine and MIT are at the forefront of preserving these student rights. Micro-credentialing of skills and know-how is also a must. Mass adoption of blockchain certificates rebalances power between the institutions and the students. You become your own lifelong registrar. Importantly, new funding models are also emerging. Blockchain technology helps us create new ways to pay for higher education, including pay-as-you-go models. The finish in 4-year mandate should go the way of the buggy whip. No student should be rejected for financial reasons or graduate with a pile of student debt. The healthcare sector is also ripe for disruption. Blockchain offers a potential solution. It helps put the patient at the center of the healthcare system, and it allows them to own and control their own data. Distributed ledgers serve a set of principles: collaboration, openness, and integrity. They increase security, privacy, and our ability to audit our health data. It increases the interoperability of systems housing our information. Stakeholders include medical schools, hospitals, laboratories, medical suppliers, public health agencies, national food and drug regulators, global centers for disease control, and professional associations. They need to come together and co-create data with full transparency, public access, and shared control, all for the health of the communities that they serve. Blockchain startups are working on applications for genomics and precision medicine. They're also working on solutions for managing patient data, clinical trials, healthcare, and insurance. They're also looking to track drugs from the formulary to the pharmacy, and these are just the beginning. In general, digital technologies can enable you to take a more active role in or even full control of your own education and health needs. Multi-stakeholder global solution networks do the heavy lifting here. As we've pointed out in earlier lessons, these networks unite people across multiple fields, sectors, and geographies to tackle the complex challenges of our day. They're groups of independent parties who come together to address a problem they all find important, in which no single group can tackle on its own. They become a true network when they start working together rather than on their own or at cross purposes. They begin communicating about a problem and coordinating their activities on a solution. Turns out, several such collaborative networks already exist. We have Wikipedia for knowledge sharing. We have Avaz.org for advocacy. We have Human Rights Watch as a watchdog. We have the World Wide Web Consortium to develop policies and standards for the internet. We have the Internet Society for governance. We have ICANN for operations. We have the World Economic Forum to play several of these roles at once. All of these collaborations and the benefits gained from them can be supported by blockchain technologies, and each of these groups can support blockchain in turn. These networks engage and strengthen civil society at all levels. In earlier sessions, we discussed the 4 pillars of society, all of whom are stakeholders, standing to benefit from a successful collaboration and outcome. And we know that global solution networks will bind them all. Businesses are called upon to contribute both concepts and solutions, while governments bring data, ideas, and usually play an important implementation role. Global solution networks break silos and cut across traditional established lines. It's the digital era's best model to bring together the knowledge, the experience, and the ideas of lots of individuals and organizations. It brings together communities, regions, nations, and international bodies to collaborate on options and solutions for the challenges and opportunities that we face.
In this module, we looked at the relationship between these technologies of the fourth industrial age, including blockchain, on the one hand, and our social contract on the other. You may remember social contract is a shared understanding of the roles and relationships of individuals and institutions in society. We looked at how the old industrial age social contract is breaking down. Change in the digital era accelerates faster than our regulators and policies can keep up. More, it falls to the private sector to play a leadership role in our transition to a new social contract. We talked about the 4 drivers for change: technology, the fourth industrial revolution, and the forces of globalization, demographics, and global warming. These disruptions have led and are leading to structural unemployment and big changes in labor markets. Automation will displace sectors of the economy and workers, and globalization upends labor as well. Investors have more influence. The gap between the haves and the have-nots, unbelievably, is widening today, and growing economic inequality only worsens our problems.
Extreme weather and climate change displace whole populations. We've seen staggering numbers of migrants and refugees fleeing for their lives, and that will only get worse. For all the unintended consequences of human progress and technological progress, we can still use technology to address our problems and advocate for a new social contract. You've learned about the 4 pillars of society: governments, private sector, the civil society, and individuals. You are a pillar. We all need to collaborate to forge new understandings. The private sector needs to play an important role in creating this new social contract. And in the past, the private sector took part in democracy until the greater good took a backseat to maximizing wealth for shareholders and executives. Now we need to refocus on creating value for all stakeholders, now and in the long term. Business can lead this work and this effort by helping us rethink work. Rather than redistributing wealth, we can pre-distribute wealth by giving people power to create products and services, control their own data, and to be fairly compensated for the value they create. We can distribute this power more fairly among all stakeholders, not just the wealthy. And these opportunities are possible only through digital technologies like blockchain, where activities are transparent and we can hold parties accountable. Exciting time to be alive. If you've got questions about this module, check out the discussion forum. And for a review, check out the afterword to the paperback edition of Blockchain Revolution. On behalf of my co-author, Alex Tapscott, and our academic partner, INSEAD, thank you for joining us. Congratulations on completing our course on blockchain in business. This is a sweeping course, and we've covered a lot of ground in our time together. We've looked at how blockchain will bring about a profound change in the ways companies create value, including core functions like marketing and accounting. The technology will change the deep structures of the firm and encourage innovation and decentralization of operations. We've looked at 4 kinds of transaction costs in business and how blockchain reduces each kind of cost. We've compared internet search engines with blockchain-based search. We've looked at the factors business leaders should consider when defining their corporate boundaries as boundaries become more porous. And there are 4 types of blockchain-based organizations we discussed: the distributed application, or DApp; secondly, the autonomous agent; the open network enterprise; and 4th, the distributed autonomous enterprise. That was a trip into the future a bit. We walked through 7 new business models and how blockchain technology could support each one. And we also looked at managing intellectual property on the blockchain. We discussed how blockchain will change each role in the executive suite, not just the chief executive officer's job, but also the work of finance, marketing, human resources, accounting, and operations. And we closed, big picture, with the challenges of regulating blockchain technology. We went through each layer of the blockchain stack and how each helped or hindered the governance or stewardship of blockchain. We studied 10 types of governance networks and the conditions conducive to innovation and attracting wealth and innovators. If you've got questions, please visit the discussion forum. And for a review of this course, check out chapters 4 and 5 of Blockchain Revolution. On behalf of my co-author, Alex Tapscott, and our academic partner, INSEAD, thank you for your feedback, for your interest, and for your contributions to the course discussion.
So when it comes to business models in general, the initial paradigm was the user is the product. However, I believe with these technologies that we are now seeing, there are additional business models to be explored. And just to give you a brief example, going back to the storage space we have in our phones and our computers and so on, in particular, the interplanetary file system, the IPFS, can provide a way in which users can monetize this currently unmonetized resource. So it's not up to monetizing the user anymore, but it's up to the user to monetize the extra hard disk space that just lies there. So it's like an untapped resource. And when you put this into the context of an information-based society, this should be like really valuable, right? And also when you think about the resilience. So as for a thriving information society and thinking not just now for the bottom line of this year, but what about 10 years? What about 100 years? I don't know. We should think about this, what the next generation can build on top of this data. I think solutions like IPFS open a new way in which information can live in a more resilient and distributed fashion, unlike the current paradigm where you have these huge data centers, which, you know, you have like floods, you have all kinds of natural disasters that can strike and so on. And yes, you can have a big data center mirroring another big data center. But when you put that against like this distributed network of computers from all around, sharing anything from 100 megabytes to terabytes of data, the resilience is like hard to compare. And I believe that's something very valuable in itself. Going beyond just monetizing or finding sustainable business models, it's also about thinking about the long-term value provided to society. It's not just about the company. And this is one of the areas we explore. And when it comes to the longer, let's say, or the bigger picture, something that really fascinates me, I also had the presentation on this topic, which was named From Collected Intelligence to Collective Intelligence. Also points towards this future where people do not have to rely on someone like the local authorities to make something happen. So you have these communities that, for example, need a playing ground fixed, right? So instead of putting that petition, waiting for all the bureaucratic process and so on, you have these concepts like crowdfunding proven for decades now. But in this context, where you already have these communities using WhatsApp groups, Facebook groups, and so on, so they're already used to this digital way of organizing themselves and have also the ability to put money together to fix that playground, as an example, and then you have the transparency and accountability and how that money is spent. You almost have this emergent system enabling collectives of all sizes to better organize and take action. And I think that's something very exciting that's going to point towards the next phase of what this interconnectedness can bring to us, more than just annoying notifications. After the beta, which was again like a desktop app, we focused our attention on also releasing a web app, simply because of the adoption. Let's say many people use a browser, and it was quite an interesting journey because we rewritten the IPFS part, which stands for the Interplanetary File System. So what we did there is, like, even if it looks like a normal website that you visit, in the background when you're reading an article, your browser connects peer-to-peer with the browser of another person that published the article. So again, like at every step, we're trying to remove ourselves from the middle, this flow of communication, and create a framework enabling people to communicate peer-to-peer.